line. Give it all you got.
All right, hello and welcome to the 4 hours of COTA here at VTuber Le Mans. I've got a lovely race scheduled for the day. Looks like we got 12 entrants, teams of 2 each. As we speak, the drivers are going to be starting their qualifying runs. So they've got about, at this point, 15 minutes to get in as good of a time as they possibly can. Right now we're looking at Albert, one of the high performers in tracc.eu. Now right now everyone's just doing their warm-up laps, getting out and ready to go. And seems like one of the topics today is the Intimidator Bentley. Looks like the Tame brothers are looking to do a little bit of trolling today. But like I said, drivers are doing their outlaps now, trying to get a decent pace, set up with enough space between each other so that they aren't going to be bumping into each other as they run through their qualifying runs. While we're watching that, let's do a nice little look at all of the liveries. So first we have Law in the... Let's get the proper head up. Edwin Law in the Raiden Esports Racing McLaren. Rocking the classic black. Still has a placard, so still legal. Very, very Batman looking. I do like the McLaren 720's appearance. Reminds me a lot of the old McLaren F1 of the 90s. Then we have COTA of Pan Am Formula. Rocking that white and purple bull in their Aston Martin. Ruby Acosta with the Mirai United Queen's Design M4. Again, purple and white. It's a good color combination. I like it. Jintech Yap of Fetch Motorsports in the yellow Porsche. Solid yellows. Nice and simple, but clean and classic. Now we have Gary Slater in the Vodafone Nissan. Like they are blocked off by COTA. There we go. Now we can take a look at it. Nice, simple, all-white scheme. Gotta love it. As they get out onto the grid to start their outlap. Tara Daniel Hazri of Grip Runners. Theme of the day seems to be white and purple. I like it. I like it. Representing the beloved Lexus is Mortiz Hiccup of Hikari Racing Team, as well as their teammate. Like in the white with a dragon on the side, I like it. Night Last of CRS Enduro in a almost a bluish off-white with a hint of green on the doors in their Porsche 992. Chamchulo running the GR Merlin V12 Aston Martin. Got that blue and metallic blue on neon yellow. Lovely. David Katz with the split personality AMG of Dr. Pogger and See if we can't nab a look at what the other side's got. Let's just do it the classic way. And KRT, Cats Racing Team. I really like that design. Not gonna lie. Let's see who last. And Bryce Millare with the Power Max Auto Sport Lamborghini. Looks like we're actually starting to get some of the folks getting their times in. Ruby Acosta currently sitting at pole position with a 206.7. And about a quarter second down from that, we have Edwin Law with the 207.6. Now just the view real quick so that we have their actual times as opposed to just having the gaps. Got it? Okay, the HUD does not seem to want to work with me today. Maybe... Nope. Okay, we're just going to have to go based off of the gaps. I will update them as they occur with the proper times. Sitting in third is going to be Mark Kane with a 208.2 in the Intimidator Bentley. Trying to work into a Bentley put into it, but I can't quite. I do have personal bias with this skin as I'm the one who made it for him. Because, you know, who doesn't love a little bit of trolling for their commentary? P4 is Millare with the 208.6. Followed by Mortiz Hiccup with a 209.3. It looks like Ruby Acosta has returned to pits. Had a slight caution. Didn't appear to be any incident. Looked to be just the standard sim racing method of quickly getting back to the pits, of pulling off to the side and hitting that return button. Meanwhile, Gintech Yap is going to be coming into the final section of the track with their lap, seeing what time they can get. It's looking like it's going to be the a 207.2 or 207.0. So that's going to bump them up into second position. Some strong times already. Edwin Law did have a 206.8, which would have put them in second. However, they did have an off track during it, which will prevent the time from being considered valid. Meanwhile, Bryce Millare coming in through the final stretch. What is their time gonna be? So Shike Haken, I do not know what time they're running. I'm not sure which team they're on. If it is the Lexus, I believe that would be that they are currently running 6th. Millare with a 208.6. Mark Cam coming around the bend. Doesn't look like they're going to improve their previous time any. Hiccup. Ortiz Hiccup with a, looks like they had a bit of an off track, so that's going to keep this time from being valid. And instead they're going to hop into the pits, possibly do some adjustments, tweak that car a little bit so that they can get the most out of this last 5 minutes remaining. Now, Matero Hazri coming in towards the end section of the course. Going through this S's section. Trying to maintain momentum without letting the car get loose as they come around. Currently, we haven't seen too many position changes in the top 3. But we do still have 3 drivers who have yet to make their full time. As Chamchulo is pulled off to the side to, it appears to be to let Hauser through. They probably want to have as much space as possible for their quali lap, because nothing hurts more than having an amazing pace and then reaching the car in front. Looks like Malaria has improved their time a little bit with a 2:07.8. As it is, there is only about 2 seconds of space between the top 5 cars right now. So that is promising for the race itself. Now that being said, this is, although it's 4 hours, only 4 hours, it is an endurance race, so where you qualify doesn't make that big of a difference. A lot of the name of the game is just going to be good old-fashioned survival. As we get a lovely shot of Edwin Law running that black McLaren through the sections. As David Katz comes around, off track in just that last turn. That hurts. They're running pretty promising times. Meanwhile, Jordan Brunch of the Vodafone Nissan currently looking to get a little bit of improvement on their time. They do have that Lamborghini coming in behind them hot. Let's see here. Edwin Law coming in around the last stretch. Might be able to nab some time, hard to say. And they do. They get themselves a 2:06.6. That's going to put them up into second position. It seems they did the P2 car did a quick driver swap, putting Devin Paul Singh in the Fetch Motorsports Porsche. Like they've got about 2 minutes left, so if they're going to set a time, now is the time to do it. Between their outlap and then the little space of time that you have after qualifying. Yeah, less than 3/4 of a second between the top 3 and 2 seconds between the top 5. But again, track limits and heat conditions of qualifying being what they are, this isn't a full indication of how folks are going to do during the race. Although it is a relatively small field of cars with only 12, and Circuit of Americas is a fairly large course, there's always room for chaos. Looks like Edwin Law did another bit of an improvement, trying to get that time in. And again, we still have 3 folks who have not been able to set times yet. There's also the full possibility that this is a bit of a strategy to avoid any sort of Turn 1 heroics, which are the Sim Racing Classic. Especially because, let's face it, Turn 1 you have everyone bunched up right at the start, especially when you have a pace gap between cars. And your braking point is going to be different if you don't have time to get up to that full speed. Some folks will have the muscle memory where they start to brake as if they're going, as if they had a flying lap start, and then the troubles occur. All right. We wrap up the last 15 seconds of qualifying. Seeing if anyone's able to get that little bit of a last lap in. Unfortunately, Devin Paul Singh's lap is had hit the track limits. they are picky. Meanwhile, Mark Kame is going to be coming in along with the Intimidator Bentley into the final stretch, which they have invaded the top 5 in that little well, it's not a little car. It's a big boy. It's a big old boat of a car. Real pain to get behind. Or get around, I should say. And that thing is going to look terrifying coming up behind you. Let's see if the Bentley's able to nab any sort of position. They are currently 3/10 up from their best time. Not enough to make that gap, though. Just shy of it. But they will sit comfortably in 4th. It would have been beautiful to see the Intimidator Bentley get 3rd. As we wrap up the qualifying, our current standings: first position, Ruby Acosta with a 206.25, followed by Law with a 206. Oh, now you changed on me. That, of course, are you crazy? All right, let's take a look at the grid as it fills out. Now we're seeing, looks like we had a little bit of driver swaps going on as we get set up. I do wish Race Control would show me who the partner drivers were. But we are getting ready to go through the race proper. Starting P1, we have the Queen's Design BMW M4. P2, the all-black McLaren, followed by the all-black Porsche that's got a little bit of hydraulics going on. The Intimidator Bentley of the Kame brothers. The Malare Lamborghini. The beloved Lexus, and now that we can get a closer look at it, it is a little dragon on the side of that thing. Quite lovely. Daniel Hazari in the Aston Martin. Oh, they got some... We're going to be doing a little bit of livery staring as we wait for this race to start. But got a little bit of a hatch pattern on that Porsche, as well as the Jimmy Broadbent, please no Punterino. That beautiful Dr. Pepper AMG. The Nissan. And the... What does that say on the wing? Oh, it gives you wings. Very good place to put that. And then bringing up the rear is going to be Chamchulo and Adrian Dubrovka in the V12 Vantage. Let's get ourselves into broadcast cam as they start their pace lap. Now we do have that lovely formation lap where drivers are going to kind of settle into their positions, get the tires and brakes warmed up, get themselves as good of a setup as possible as they go through the race. Again, this is a survival event, not necessarily a one of the sprints where you need to be cutting laps every single time, or not cutting laps, but running those laps as hot as you can, trying to get the most out of your pace constantly. This is going to be more about getting into a steady rhythm, keeping yourself going, and avoiding the troubles. As we watch, so far, nice and clean formation lap. They take a nice little tour of COTA. Now, I'll be honest, I have not driven COTA personally, so I do not have the layout committed to memory too strongly, although it does look to have a very pleasant flow to it. Kind of curious to see how they're going to break down their pit strategies as well as their driver swaps. As well as, now it is a 4-hour race, so it is just on that cusp of which brakes do you want to use between the sprint pads and the endurance, the number 2 endurance pads. Sprint pads can last that 2 hours, so if you want to switch brakes during your pit stop and try to kind of optimize your time pace-wise, or if you're just used to running those pads, it can be an option. But I'm fairly certain most folks are just going to go for the standard number 2s. They're good for 4 hours pretty comfortably. Some folks might even go for the full endurance, the 24-hour pads, just to not have to worry about what the brakes are doing. Keeping them alive that whole time. Along with that is going to be when they do their driver swaps. They probably are going to have a pit stop every hour or so, and whether they want to do a one-to-one swap each time, or if they want to run 2 stints and then a driver swap, is another factor that's going to play. On one hand, you are going to have less fatigue if you switch. However, that driver swap does cost you a little bit of time. And this being a sim race, what their real-world schedule is going to play a factor into it as well. There's a lot of things to consider in races like this. And this is just a 4-hour endurance. If it bumps up to 12 and 24, that's when you start getting into the craziness of who sleeps when. And it's a factor that I think a lot of drivers kind of enjoy having that extra layer of considerations. Despite there being only 12 cars on the grid, that's 24 drivers. And that's a pretty good size race. I think the only that's rivaling the amount of drivers that are in VTuber Le Mans, and that's one of the larger events here at Track. Which I'm just going to put the plug in right now. That's going to be starting in the next few weeks. Both the Track GT and the VTuber GT seasons are about to kick off. So this is going to be a nice way to send it as drivers get ready to send it across the line.
Green line, give it all you got.
And we are green and underway. Let's see what happens as they go through turn 1. Already, Law is going to be looking up the inside of Acosta. With Jintech Yap going to be slotting right in behind to try and get a little bit of draft going on. Had a couple position swaps. Hiccup was able to nab a spot on Volare. And Psycho Kaisa was able to nab one on Katz. And Jordan Brunch was able to get one over on Albert. I apologize. Some of the names are going to be giving me a little bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Ruby Acosta still bringing up the lead. Got a nice tight formation going with the track. Looks like Jintech was falling a little bit behind with a 1 second gap. That's currently the largest one. With that Intimidator Bentley of the Kane brothers just right on them. Has to be terrifying in a rear engine portion. Making that Bentley, looks like they might be able to get a move in, but Porsche's going to have the inside line in the next turn. It looks like Medvez Rant was able to get a move on Brunch in return. And but Brunch was able to kind of recover, get that position back from Albert, and get that Nissan moving. Meanwhile, our tightest group seems to be between 4th and 6th. Got the delightful train of the 992, followed by the Bentley, followed by the Lexus. And they are all lined up as they finish their first lap. Ruby Acosta still lead. The 1, 2, 3 of Acosta, Law, and Yap going through it. At this point, most of the cars should have their tires heated up, and they might go for an initial push, or they might just kind of settle in and save the energy for the last of their stint. Remains to be seen. Oh, Edwin Law getting... What was that? Like they went for a move on the outside to the inside, and then full off track, cutting right across. We're going to see if they give that back. Doesn't look like it just yet, but that was interesting to see. As they run that, as they're going to take P1. Meanwhile, watching the rest of the cars flow through, they've got a steady line going. Not too much drama as of yet, which is a good sign. You love to see it. Looks like COTA is going to be... Looks like they were trying to get a little bit of a run-up on that Lamborghini. Went a little wide going into the turn. And they're going to have to slot back in behind. Meanwhile, that McLaren in the front starting to pull ahead. With about a 1 second gap between the top three cars. With Mark Kame looking to get a piece of that action as the Lexus gets a bit bouncy over those curbs. Doesn't catch anyone with it, but that looked fun. That did end up losing that Lexus 2 positions. And they look to be driving a little bit flustered as they're getting past a couple times there. Dropping down into P7. Meanwhile, we've got a duel between Jordan Brunch and Albert Grigorj. They're getting right on the back of that Lexus. There was less than a 1/10 of a second between them. At least through the sector. Lap times aren't or those gaps don't really get updated as frequently as they could be. Let's see if they're able to pull a move. There's a fast dip to the inside. Looks like it wasn't quite sticking. Meanwhile, Bryce Millare going to be running that Lamborghini, looking to get looking to fend off that the Aston of COTA. They're going to go wide over the curbs. And they're going to keep going, keep pushing. COTA only 0.3 of a second behind, waiting for that opportunity. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd is starting to spread out. We're looking at overall average gap is about a second. I've got a couple duels that are getting pretty close. At the back, we have Jordan Brunch and Albert, currently sitting between 2 and 5/10 of each other. Oh, David Katz going into the... Oh, sorry. Yeah, the Katz going into pits. That's fairly early for it. They might have still been on quali fuel. That's going to cost them a few positions. During that time, Albert was able to get around Jordan Brunch. Nissan's going to have to push hard. It is an older car, and it's going to have some work to do. Meanwhile, COTA getting right up along with that Lamborghini. They had reduced the gap down to about a 1/10, but it looks like they had to back away a little bit for safety. But they are right back in it. Getting a good close look at that. Meanwhile, Hiccup with the drive-through for track limits. Those two cars coming at each other. That Lexus can be a bit slidey coming out of turns, so it can be fairly easy to break track limits in it. Meanwhile, COTA pulling alongside the Lamborghini of Malare. They're going to make the move. Is it a switch? Lamborghini almost able to pull off a switchback through that second section, though. So the fight is not going to be over between the two. Meanwhile, at the front, Ruby Acosta, 3/4 of a second behind Edwin Law. As that McLaren is making excellent pace through the track. That being said, Ruby Acosta did have a slightly faster lap, so they do have the pace to match it. Ruby Acosta currently running the fastest lap of the race, with the last one of a 2:07.3. Is just a tenth under the lap that the McLaren ran. Ortiz Hiccup going to be serving that drive-through, or going into pits. It's not quite how a drive-through works, but we'll see if that how that plays out. Chamchulo getting a little bit off track with the caution. Turn around. Looks like they got into the marbles. Gave him a little bit of trouble. Oh, and Cat's team has switched drivers. They currently have Salil Durkrox going through with the split personality AMG. Ruby Acosta still hovering now 6/10 behind the lead of Edwin Law. And that is currently the closest gap of the race. It's a 1-2 contest. Looks like the drivers have kind of settled in, getting ready to go through, do their thing through the course. See, looks like Albert is starting to reel in the Porsche of Matevez Rant, sorry, from CRS Enduro. Kind of closing that gap slowly but steadily. Albert's currently only 3/10 off of the top 3 laps, so they definitely have the pace for it. So it's just going to be a matter of whether or not they're able to work their way through the field effectively and safely. Meanwhile, Malare is starting to reel back in Psycho Kaiser. Been able to bring that gap back down below the second barrier. It is enough to start putting a little bit of work in. See how it plays out with Albert coming in on that Porsche. That gap is steadily closing as they go through the S's. He is almost on top of them already. Gaining about a second in. Oh, is that them going alongside? Push the helicam so we can look at the positioning of this, how it plays out. Albert seems to be very strong in that S section. Cut a lot of time there. I mean, he was almost a full second back, and by the time they're through the S's, he was right on that Porsche's bumper. They go through that sharp left, gonna follow that line through. Meanwhile, Ruby Acosta also catching up a little bit through the sectors. Currently only 3/10 down on Edwin Law. I'm gonna try not to miss either of these if an overtake occurs. A rather technical section. Looks like it's probably going to favor the McLaren a bit, as that is a very, very agile car. That being said, the BMW is no slouch either. Meanwhile, back with the duel between the Porsche and the Aston. They're going to be going back through, getting into one of the more flowy parts of the track. He's going to hug that line. There he is already. Porsche going wide, a little bit over the bumpers. Not quite enough to allow an overtake. As the two got kind of go back and forth. Gap is currently 0.3 of a second. Meanwhile, Malare also working their way up on COTA. They are also 0.3 down. Again, they've reeled them back in after that overtake earlier on. Now it's three battles going on throughout the course that are below a half-second gap. The one at between P1 and P2 of Edwin Law and Ruby Acosta. COTA and the Malare Lamborghini. And then the one we're looking at right now, Albert and Rant. Ooh, that car's getting right on the bumper. Is he going to be making the move now? He's taking that inside. He's going to claim it. Can the Porsche do a switchback? They're going to go side by side as they go down the straight. It is now a fight to see who carried the more speed and which car is going to have the acceleration for it. Looks like the Porsche is just going to nose ahead. Albert going to try and make something work. Ooh, that is a little bit aggressive taking that big old curve. That's going to buy the Porsche a little bit of breathing room for now. As it is, Malare sitting pretty comfortably half-second back from COTA. Getting a pretty good run-up, carrying a lot of speed through there. But it looks like Psycho was doing the same. Let's see if either driver's able to make something stick here. I will say I'm not the biggest fan of COTA's preset cameras. They make it hard to get a close look at the action. Oh. Actually, looks like we've already lost a driver. It appears to have been hiccup. No worries, it happens. Not quite sure what caused the disconnect, but it is what it is. And now Albert seems to have recovered from the absolute send over the curb and is back within that half-second range on Tev's Rant. Going to be looking to poke up the outside. Already they are within 1/10 of each other. Albert going for... Looks like he's going to try and go for a late apex to try and get around. Just nosing at the bumper of that Porsche. I think it's just going to come down to who can get a better position through these turns. As the pace is definitely there. Porsche's going to go a bit wide, try and get as much of a run up. Try and repeat that switchback. Not quite able to get on the inside. Ooh, looks like there was a little bit of a bump there. They have the inside line now. And recovering it through. This is some pretty beautiful defense. Albert seeming to use a little bit more caution through that turn where they caught some air last time. And I apologize, I missed it, but oh, Malare coming back in on the Aston of COTA. Let's see if anything is able to be made to stick. It's going get a nice little bumper view. See what's going on firsthand as they have their little duel. Get a good sense of how fast these cars are going. They are cooking right now. Even through these turns, they're not losing much speed, and that's going to be where he kind of closes that gap the most. Meanwhile, we got double caution. Dirkrox is stopping. Might be control issues, but that's going to make things complicated between Albert and Rant. Dirkrox ducking out of the way last moment, getting to safety. As the duel continues. Ruby Acosta, not quite sure what happened. They've dropped down to 4th. Albert going for the move. Getting around fairly cleanly. Will they be able to maintain it through the S's and claim that P7? Well, Porsche's looking like they're not done yet. They have not heard a bell. Started to go for a move. And right now it is the only gap less than a second. I feel very bad for missing what happened to Ruby. Looks like, looking at the lap time, looks like they had a little bit of off track. Lost about 10 seconds. Chamchulo playing in the Texas flag section. Let's see. Now, once again, Albert's still sitting pretty close to top 3 pace. Now, with the laps they've been running so far, I expect to see them start to catch folks up. Let's take a look at some of the other cars. We've been kind of laser focusing on Albert and Rant. As Jordan Brudge makes a clean run through kind of the midsection of the course. Nissan, very much a non-meta car, but does have an appeal to it. Meanwhile, P2, Gintech, running their race. They've got a little bit of space, about 5 seconds ahead of and behind them. So this means it's going to be a good opportunity for them to kind of settle in, get their pace going, be ready to go, and kind of do that, what I call 90% driving, where you're still going for pace, but you're not pushing yourself too hard, not tiring yourself out, because, again, it's endurance. It looked like Malare was able to get a little bit of a close-in on Psycho Kaiser. And that does put the Bentley of the Kame brothers, number 3 in 3rd. I finally get to make that play on someone. But Ruby Acosta is lurking right behind them. So we will see how that plays out. Yeah, they do currently have the fastest lap of the race with the 2:06.9. Edmund Law sitting about 2/10 behind that. In the lead position. With Yap, another 2/10 behind that for best lap. Ruby Acosta slowly whittling that gap down between herself and the Intimidator Bentley. COTA's an interesting track with the track limits it has. Looks like it's not necessarily dangerous, but it is pretty easy to get an off track. Again, I'm not especially familiar with the course. It's actually a fairly recent development. It first opened less than 10 years ago, or just over 10 years ago. Fun fact about it, they wanted to call it Speed City, which I think that's a loss. I would absolutely love a track named Speed City. Oh, but it's, Austin, Texas, so lovely place. It's going to explain the heat. That's why the ambient temperature is 25 Celsius with a 32 Celsius track temp, which is going to make the tires nice and spicy. No wind, though, so at least I don't have to deal with that. I'll be able to get good fuel mileage out of it. But the lack of wind also means that that hot air isn't going to be taken away from the track. So it is going to be cooking. Like I said, spicy. Very spicy. Although overall, the racing so far has been delightfully clean, especially for the first half hour of an endurance race. That's usually when people start to get a little bit wild with it. But, it's an important note. Endurance races aren't won in the first stint. Let's just go ahead and take a look through the field. Doesn't look like there's any major battles occurring. Abed Law bringing up the lead in the Ride and Esports McLaren. Jin-Tech Yap in the Kvetch Motorsports Porsche. P3 is going to be Mark Kane with the Intimidator Bentley, with Ruby Acosta of the Mirai United X Queen's Design BMW M4 GT3. How much more can I add to the title of that? In P4. Psycho Kaizen not too far behind in P5 in the Grip Runners Aston, with Malari in pursuit in the Power Max Auto Sport Lamborghini. Albert looking to close up those gaps in P7 in the Penn and Formula Aston. Yeah, and that's a monster on the track sprints, so let's see how this plays out in endurance. Matev's Rant coming up behind in the CRS Enduro after a pretty prolonged duel with Albert. Jordan Brunch going for a cruise in the Vodafone GTR with Chamchulo also kind of having a little getting a little bit of fun out of that turn in the Aston V12 with the split personality AMG bringing up 11th after the pit stop troubles. And in the time that we had that, the duel has started between Kame and Acosta. Looks like Ruby was able to sneak around. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. It looks like they were able to nab that inside line and get through. A well-timed replay. Putting the number 3 in 4th position. That's going to bring Ruby Acosta back up into podium. Only 13 seconds off the leader. And she's running... Well, she's running with the pace. There might be a catch-up. But let's see. Meanwhile, Malare coming up, getting a little bit of a gap narrowing between Seiko Kaisa and herself. Looks like they're just going to be... Pardon me. Looks like they're just going to be kind of just lurking there, biding their time, preparing, planning, waiting, scheming even, perhaps a little bit of plotting occurring. Meanwhile, Yep, losing a little bit of space to the lead. They're currently 8 seconds down with Ruby Acosta now only 5 seconds back from them. Looks like Ruby's going to be going for a little bit of a redemption run after the either spin or off track that occurred. Especially now that she's got a little bit of clean air to work with. Able to make that pace. The Porsche is in her sights. Meanwhile, Malari getting right up behind Psycho Kaiza again. Looks like there's a little bit of a cordoning going on. My guess is the Lamborghini is a bit quicker in this early section of the course, but the Aston's able to kind of get that time back in the latter half. As you can see, already that gap's starting to spread. So I do have a soft spot for asymmetric races like that, where you have different sections where drivers are quicker in. And it just becomes a matter of, but their pace overall is about the same. Makes for a very interesting back and forth. And when both drivers are at a similar skill level and are able to use caution, means you have some very close racing. Something you like to see. I'm a good fan of an asymmetric race. Especially, like, my favorite being, like, when you have a car that's very fast in a straight line, but a bit of a boat, versus something that's, it doesn't have a lot of straight line kick, but it's a monster in the turns. Great to see. You want a beautiful example of that, the Trans Am races of the 60s and 70s, where you would have, you know, V8 muscle car Camaros going up against Mini Coopers, and it's a straight up duel depending on where it is they're running. Going through the course. Edwin Law able to expand that gap on Gintech. Currently at 9 seconds. With Ruby Acosta narrowing it. It's gone from about 5.5 to, well, now it's in the mid-4s. So, although gap to leader hasn't changed too much. Try not to focus too much on the analytics of it. But they're in the comfy driving phase, where, you know, the tires are warmed up, they've had enough time to get used to the rhythm of the track, get into that little groove. Depending on driver taste, some of them might just have some tunes going, treating it a bit like a high-speed road trip. Taking in the sights. And they do have a race chat in the Discord that they might be active in, talking a little bit of smack, maybe doing a sing-along, who knows? Fun stuff to think about. One of the little secrets of endurance racing is you can't be going 100% all the time, the whole race. Unless you're like a superhuman, in which case there's a not insignificant chance that you do this in real life. You know, human brain just isn't meant for intense focus for prolonged periods of time. We can do it in short bursts, so you kind of pick the sections of the track where you need it, and the parts of the race where you need it, where you want to make your moves, and you make the most of it. Like I said, endurance is it makes endurance racing a whole different game. Take a look around. Who haven't we watched too much of? I just need to take a moment every now and again to stare at that beautiful split personality AMG. Like, I make libraries for fun for ACC, and that one, I'm like, they did good. They did good. Well, Rant's going a little bit wide through there. Wondering at what point are we going to start seeing the off-track penalties start to stack up? That's going to be another factor in a race like this. You know, especially something like COTA, where the track limits are not the most intuitive. You start to get, you know, a drive-through here and there, and that costs you. Even though you don't have to stop for that pit, that's going to cost you a solid, you know, 30 to 45 seconds as you go through that pit lane. And that can, even in endurance racing where you start to have, you know, multiple lap gaps between cars, you end up with that little drive-through can make all the difference. That could be a position or two. Meanwhile, chronicling Ruby Acosta's absolute send back up after the oopsie moment. It's gone from 7th back up to 3rd. And with the gap has narrowed to 3.5 seconds between herself and Jintech Yap. And has closed to, it's at about 14 seconds with the lead. Jintech has fallen about 10 seconds back from the McLaren of Edwin Law. Who is kind of just running it at this point. But again, keep in mind, we are 35 minutes into a 4-hour-long race. There is a lot that can happen. Meanwhile, Bryce Millare doing the, at this point, ritualistic catch up to within a half second at the section where their car has the advantage. And then gain a little bit of time as the Aston starts to have the advantage. The lovely accordion effect. Now, overall, their average pace for laps between Psycho Kaisa and Millare are very close. So I don't think we're going to see too much of a gap form between these two. As Cham Chulo... Oh, what happened, Cham? Round in the corner. Looks like they... looks like they caught the curb, lost that traction, overcorrected and caught the barriers. That can be especially frustrating in an endurance race, because anytime something like that happens, if you have a rhythm built up, it's gone. Like you just kind of lose that rhythm. And now that Intimidator off on its own, everyone's scared of it. The scary, the most American Bentley to Bentley. Which makes sense. It is an American team. Seems like they're, you know, this might just be their own little protest that there's not enough U.S. spec cars in GT3. Looking forward to seeing the Mustang make its appearance. Or the Corvette. Corvette would be cool to see in GT3 as well. Not enough American cars. I think that's going to see a change in the coming years thanks to the antics of Garage 56 and at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I want to hear Freebird in the distance during a GT3 race. I'm sorry. It would make that series that much more endearing to me. Edwin Law having a little bit of a run. The fastest lap, or the fastest of the previous laps. Ruby Acosta still running the fastest lap of the race with the... Oh, Edwin Law, lead position, getting into the grass. Ooh, that's going to cost him. That's going to cost a few seconds. That's going to, looks to have cost about 3 seconds on average. A bit of an ugly moment there. What was I saying? Ah, yes, American cars in GT3. I want to see them. They'd be beautiful. Like, especially now that the Corvette's mid-engine, it fits so nicely. Like, beautiful, lovely. Yeah, it still uses the LS engine, which is they're still using a pushrod V8 in 2023, which is amazing to me. Especially after Marine Motor developed a dual overhead cam version that matches the supercharged standard LS naturally aspirated. Beautiful. Lovely. This being the kind of cozy time of the race where, like I said, probably 10 minutes ago already, drivers settling in, getting their pace, getting into the rhythm, putting the tunes in, having a nice chat, strategizing, scheming, plotting. This is going to be the part of it where the commentator has to compensate by essentially going on tangents and going full stream of consciousness to fill space. I am not very good at that, so I apologize in advance. I say immediately after going silent for about 10 seconds. Oh boy. Ruby Acosta slowly and steadily still narrowing that gap down, though. It was at 3.5 seconds a lap ago. She has broken it down to... Oh, that was a massive run through that section. She has gone up to 2.5 second gap. Absolutely reeling that portion for the time being. It seems that S's sector is a major deciding factor of this track. Yeah, sitting at 2.5 seconds. I'm predicting if this pace continues, if she's able to maintain it, she's probably going to be on top of that portion, probably 2 or 3 laps. Did I do the mental math real quick? Of course, at that point, that's when the fight starts. So, like, pace is one thing, but ability to defend versus ability to overtake is another entirely. Now, you can have the best pace in the world, but if your racecraft ain't there, it'll be trouble. Now, that being said, I don't expect any of the drivers on this course to have difficulty with that. They've all have experience, not just with, ACC and Assetto Corsa in general, but they're all drivers from in the track community. They've raced against each other. They kind of know what to expect. Granted, Edwin Law and I haven't seen Law or Jinte in here before, or Jintech, sorry. My brain defaulted to Tokyo Extreme Racer with the name. I'm sorry. But, drivers are going to be fairly familiar with each other, so they're going to know what to expect. As well as have some of that standard racecraft. Not really any rookies here. Granted, it is what it is. That Malari and Seiko Kaiza back and forth, they've been sitting on top of each other this entire race. That is a long time to be going like that. And it can get frustrating, especially when it's like you can't quite make a move. You can't quite make a move. You have to fight that intrusive thought to just send it through a turn. But it looks like Bryce is doing a good job of shutting out the intrusive voice saying, "Dive bomb it, send it." You want to avoid that voice. Don't listen to that voice. That voice will get you spun out. Ruby Acosta update. It has below the 2-second mark in gap. She's on a warpath, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see where other funsies might be occurring. Ooh, Jordan Brunch getting a little bit, that Nissan is fighting him with that understeer. Nissan's a weird car to drive. I could never quite get an idea of what it wanted of me when trying it out. Sometimes it understeers, sometimes it oversteers. Feels like it's based on whim and whimsy. But it does have a nice sound. And, you know, it's the pedigree. It's a GTR. Everyone kind of likes the Skyline a little bit somewhere. Whether it's the old one, the new one. It's a well-liked car. And that Legacy does get a little bit of brownie points. Personally, I'm a R31 guy myself. I like them squared off. Meanwhile, Chamchulo getting a little bit bumpy there. He's gonna make room for Tevs. Let them by without incident. And just get a little bit of that soundtrack going with the V12 coupled with the high RPM engine of that 992. That 9,000 RPM red line was very influential in my car choices last season. Like, high RPMs are love. It's just a good feeling to just make an engine scream. Down to a 1.5 seconds. Law going through nice and comfortably. Looks like they've gotten a little bit more relaxed after going into the grass there. You know, keeping themselves from getting psyched out. Looks like Bentley going through. Big boy, get a little bit of that V8 sound. Both the Bentley and the Lexus have very distinct engine notes compared to the rest of the GT3 field. Just that deep roar as opposed to a high-pitched scream. You know, sure, other stuff might be faster, might be more agile, but when it comes to car choice, it's not always necessarily about what's the most agile, practical, or capable. Sometimes something just speaks to you, you know? Let's see what we are looking at. Lost a little bit of control there. Ruby Acosta has closed it. It is currently 0.5 seconds. The fight between 2 and 3 that we've been waiting for a little bit is back on. Time to see if anyone can make a move. All right, let's watch this play out. With second eye on the timing board just so I don't miss any other fun. Alright, battle for P2's underway. Ruby Acosta hovering in that 0.5 second mark. Seems like this might actually be one of those slightly asymmetrical ones. Ruby's got the pace. But it seems like it's only through a certain sector. As that Porsche is starting to pull away. Might have also just been a wake-up call for him, so we're going to see how this plays out. BMW carrying a little bit of extra speed through. That's going to use that to close the gap. That Porsche is going to shoot ahead a little bit. As we get the little bit of hearing that turbocharged engine note, complete with blow-off valve noises. Look up the inside. Again, I think Ruby's goal here is just going to be to carry as much speed and try and get some sort of advantageous run-up on that Porsche. That seems like the best way to handle it. To my... Well, then again, Ruby is a much better driver than I am, so she's going to have her way of handling it. Ooh, Porsche braking a little bit early there. Starting to take a little bit of a defensive line as they try to take up a bit more of the track to give a smaller area to work through. Okay, that's not quite the one we're looking for. Take a look from Yap's perspective, where we get a close look of a wing. Not the best camera, but ooh, Ruby's starting to come up alongside. Is that going to be the move? It's up, get along side by side. Porsche had a little bit more speed through it. Ruby Acosta's going to look for another place to make an opportunity. Going to be coming up. Might not be here. Porsche seems to have a little bit of an advantage in that turn. Ruby now trying to make carry as much speed as possible, get as good of a line, able to optimize that braking distance. Meanwhile, Vitesse Rant with a drive-through penalty, probably for track limits. It seems to be the theme of the day here. As the two go, leaving a little bit of space. Meanwhile, the Porsche doing the same thing, trying to carry as much speed, keep as much going, keep that M4 off of it. At the same time, adjusting the line a little bit to make overtakes a bit more difficult. Going to see how it plays out. Oh, meanwhile, hang on. I almost missed the other battle taking place that has been going. Ooh, Malari getting a little bit inside, a slight bump there. It's going to get them around. Meanwhile, before I miss it, oh, they're getting side by side with each other. Looked like contact. Let's go back a little bit, get a closer view. Yeah, let's do it this way. We're gonna go manual camera. There we go. Looks like a slight bump. Ah, damn it. Okay, I tried too hard with that one. They're gonna go alongside through this long stretch. Ruby Acosta just slightly pulling ahead, then tucking in forward across to get to the inside, or to get the best line possible. Looks like it wasn't quite able to stick as Yap reverses it on her. Ruby Acosta going wide into the marbles. That's going to put this off a little bit. We're going to take a look a bit further back and see what went down there. So Ruby Acosta back on the tail of it. Flustered due to replay. Let's see, getting a little bit of a lead up. Again, Porsche taking that defensive line. Yeah, that just leads to Ruby going a bit wide, catching the marbles. Let's see here. Meanwhile, it's back at that half-second gap. Like Seiko Kaiser's going to be working to reel back in Malare. Once again, round, I think, 3 now of this battle. With Edwin Law with a drive-through for track limits in the lead, that's going to cost a position at this pace. Oh, is this the move? They're going to go side by side. Ruby Acosta on the inside, going to leave the space. Better to avoid an incident than, your car is more valuable than a single position. There's going to be a slight back off there. Let's see how it plays out. Meanwhile, Psycho Kaiser is doing a little bit of a reel in. Gap's back down to a half second. With Ruby Acosta 2/10. Why is it always two battles at once like this? Going in, just avoiding a little bit of contact there. Ooh, Acosta with the run up. Not quite a dive bomb, but she's going to work her way in to the inside, but the Porsche's carrying the speed from the outside. Meanwhile, Edwin Law serving his drive-through. That's going to be costing the positions. He's currently sitting in 4th. Ooh, Jordan Brunch also getting a drive-through. Yeah, now Edwin, it's actually reversed. Now Edwin's got about 14 seconds to catch up between the, to get back up to the lead, which is currently Gintech. As I quickly panic to look up what the hotkey for saving a replay is. Oh, that sets the map. That's kind of cool. Let's get that going. Let's get that set up. Why not? Why not have a nice little map view? That'll be lovely. I'm an idiot. As I was scrambling to do that, I missed the... Okay, now we're going back. We're going back. Yeah. Scuff moment. Scuff moment. All right, but now Ruby Acosta has reclaimed the lead, and is already putting about a 1-second gap. All right, let's see if we can't get the overtake. Damn it. Okay. Let's get back into this. My apologies for that moment. Meanwhile, Malare starting to get a little bit of a gap on Kaiser as Edwin Law slowly starts to work their way back as well. Sitting at about 14-second gap. Not too crazy. Yep, and Acosta go through it. We are back in chill mode. We are back in chill mode, more or less. Actually, Malare doing a pretty decent job of hanging with Edwin. Hasn't really lost too much time. It's going to be a slow and steady gap if there is any. That drive-through might have also, you know, messed with that rhythm. That again. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Edwin Law making a move on Kame. Oh, no, never mind. Mark Kame going into the pits. It is about the 1 hour mark, so that is the time where drivers are going to start doing their refueling, new tires, and getting set to go. And now we're going to see the field scramble a little bit. Not necessarily scramble. Shuffle is a better word for it. Edwin Law brings Edwin Law back up to P3. About a 14-second gap. So he's going to run through that course. Yep, sitting about 1.5 seconds behind Ruby Acosta. See what they can do. Currently at the 1 hour mark, we're about 27 laps in. Well, not about, we are at 27 laps. And a fun little trend is now that we're reaching the hour, this last hour of the stint, although cars have less fuel in them and are therefore lighter, they're actually running a bit slower thanks to the tire wear. As Edwin Law kind of starts to work through traffic. Jordan Brunch going to let him by without incident, you know. Standard blue flag politeness. As Durcrox goes and Chamchulo also go to pit. As well as looks to be a driver swap. They're currently running Rant has switched over to Knight last. It's like Bryce Malare going into pits as well. He's currently switched from Mark to RJ Kame. So it looks like they are going to be doing a driver swap every tire change. Albert George going through Pan Am Formula in P5. Working on getting as much time back as possible. Edwin Law still working through traffic. Currently with last right now. Not last position, Knight last. As Knight goes a little bit wide to let him through. But for now, Ruby and Yap are, you know, they're free of traffic. They're going to be able to put that time in. That's not helping Edwin Law on their run back up. They were at 14 seconds. They're currently at about 17. So, you know, traffic makes a difference, but at the same time, everyone's got to go through it. At least at some point. Whether it's you being blue flagged or you blue flagging other folks. Psycho Kai's. Ooh. RJ getting into a little bit of trouble. Let's see what happened there. I mean, they are on fresh tires, so they might not have heated up all the way yet. Yeah, Bentley just got a little bit sideways. A little bit of drifting. Nothing too crazy. Not a full spin. Just a little spicy. Meanwhile, that pit stop gives, Brudge getting the flash. And then just, go ahead, let him by. Chamchulo has swapped with, Dubrovka. As Psycho Kaiser makes their way back through the field. They're currently 4th. They have not pitted yet, I believe. See how it plays out. My assumption is that Ruby and Acosta and Gintech are going to try and stay out with where there's no traffic as much as possible, staying in that clean section, trying to keep as much pace before they pit. And at the rate they're going, that's going to be a little while yet. So they're probably going to run those tanks as close to dry as possible, which is a smart way to play it. You know, on the opposite side of things, if you're dealing with too much traffic, it's always an option to, you know, pit a bit early, get to a spot where it's clean. Looks like night last, and Psycho Kaiser looking to work their way past. Not for position, it's just working through traffic. Oh, and there is Psycho taking the pit, as well as Edwin Law. Looks like they both kind of realized that they were going through a bit. Oh, and Albert George behind them. That's 3rd through 5th all pitting at the same time. That's going to be interesting. That means they're going to be starting out pretty much even. Means the front two. I have a sneaking suspicion that Acosta and Yap are going to hit more or less the same time as well. Yap might be able to try for an undercut, hit a little bit before Acosta, so they get out of pits earlier, and then absolutely send it that first lap. Yes. Cham, I have seen some of the flight. Edwin Law getting out of pits first, with the other two sharp behind. And RJ was able to use that to get back up into 4th. And they have pitted already, so as Malari comes out of pits, fights on. Meanwhile, Brunch has been able to get around night last. Although, again, I don't believe Brunch has pitted yet. Oh, and they're still duking it out. RJ is doing pretty well. He's currently 4th. Able to working on fending off Malare from pits. Meanwhile, Brunch and Last are both kind of duking it out. A few positions back. Acosta going to pit. Giving Yap the lead again. Last taking it a little bit ahead from Brunch, but fight's not over. As Brunch pulls right alongside. Hoping to flex that inline 6. Is it still an inline 6? I really hope it's still an inline 6. I don't want to be wrong about the GTR. They'll crucify me. As they pull alongside into the turn, Brunch going to go for the inside line, but not quite able to make it stick, and goes a little bit wide. Gets the boop. And actually, that was kind of nice the way they flipped it around like that. to get right back in race. Meanwhile, ooh, that's getting close between RJ and Bryce. Currently about a 3/4 second gap. At Bentley doing everything in its power to make some space, get free of that Lamborghini. Ruby Acosta out of pits, currently second P2. Pretty good gap behind him, about 17 seconds between K Chan, who I believe has switched with for the McLaren. With RJ only 8 seconds behind that. Oh, it is Reska Kyozo who's hopped in. Meanwhile, Bryce getting neck and neck with RJ. They're going to go alongside each other. Bentley does have the inside line, but the Lamborghini is going to have it next turn. Not quite enough space to go for a switchback. That is going to be Volare taking the position for now. For 4P4. Aim falling back a little bit after that. I think that close call might have psyched him out a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, Fun Kong Chan is going to be running through the course with the McLaren. They've got some clean air on that long straight. They're going to try and close that gap between themselves and the other cars as much as possible. Tech running through. Might be going for that. Yeah, might be going for that 2-stop. Meanwhile, Simracing.GP is taking over for Reska Kyozo. Not Reska Kyozo. Jeez. They took over for Ruby Acosta. Simracing.GP taking over for Psycho Kaiza in the Panin Formula. It's like they are looking to catch up with Jared Hazri, who is sadly not rocking the Moon Eye Audi. The Eldritch Being must rest for now. Actually, yeah, there isn't an Audi in this race. Sadness. I like the Audi. It's cute. That gap is getting narrower as they go through that sections. Ooh, a little bit of rumble as we're hearing two Aston Martins at the same time. Two black, purple, and white Aston Martins at the same time. Oh, and that is Seong nabbing it. Osri not quite able to make a switchback work there. Now it's on Seong to try and run away with it. Ooh, as Osri does a little bit of a poke there. No contact, but they were thinking about it. See if Hauser's able to make the catch up. Ooh, they are pulling alongside. A little bit more speed coming out of the turn. They're going to use that to nab the inside line. And put Seong back right on their bumper, though. See how it plays out. That's two switches so far. It looks like Seong pulling the same thing, trying to get a little bit of a speed advantage for an inside line. Not quite enough there, but they are, once again, side by side. Gonna go around from the outside. Get that position back. Are we gonna see another trade? Ooh. Hazri wants to. Ooh, got a little bit loose in that turn, though. Is that going to cost him speed? That might have cost him a little bit of pace. We'll see what happens, though. Anything could change. Especially in endurance race, they might not want to fight too hard on this one. At least not at this point yet. That being said, that's still a 0.2 of a second gap. They are right on each other. Ooh. COTA going a little wide. Gonna let them in alongside, but carrying a little bit of speed through it. Kind of keep them at bay. What is going to happen next? Hauser's got a little bit more of a tighter line through there. But it's an S section, so it's you know. Oh, carrying more speed through that straight. Once again, they're going to have the inside through the sharp hairpin. Not quite a hairpin. They're going to go side by side. Down the long straight. Seong with a little bit of speed, little bit of extra speed. Osri on the inside. Ooh. Just avoiding contact. They go into the hard bends. Both cars looking pretty well composed. Not seeing a lot of potential slip-ups. It's close. A little bit of cat and mouse going on. They're going to have Seong getting a little bit of breathing room through here. Ooh, I say as Seong goes into the marbles off track. Oh, not too far behind. Still staying less than half a second. They're going to just miss contact. Go once again side by side through this medium straight. Who's carrying more speed out of it? Hard to tell. They're Osri going for a late apex, staying alongside, just letting SKP past. Oh, this is some battling. This is some racing. Very, very tactical looking battle, though, I will say. I mean, if you're going to have only two cars being this close together, it's good to see what's going on through it. Back markers. So... Oh. So the AMG seems to have had to pit early because they had qualifying issues. Chamchulo and Dubrovka were having spicy, slidey moments, taking flight. Might have been some damage involved as well. And Brunch had a little bit of a spin here and there. Ooh! 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 SKP and Haas are getting into each other. Out of politeness, though, letting them right back past. You know, good courtesy. Good courtesy, so the fight can go on. Like that might cause them to try and space out, be a little bit more cautious. Meanwhile, Gintech, that long run is paying off for them. As they have not had to pit yet. They might be going for the they're going for the minimal stop strategy. It's pretty clever. If it works out for them, that's a game changer. Meanwhile, Kun Kong Chan going to be running up third. Slowly but steadily closing that gap to second. Down to 10 seconds from 14. Let's see. What are the other drivers doing? Osri backing off, taking it a bit easy after the boop. That is the closest. Yeah, quick rundown of our positions at the moment. Jintech Yacht with the 992 staying out as long as possible to maintain that lead. They're going to try and make that fuel last. Meanwhile, Reska Kyoso taking over for Ruby Acosta in P2. Their gap is primarily due to the pit stop that they had to take. After working their way back from P5, I believe, after a off-track. Meanwhile, Boon Kong Chan running third. They were running the lead for most of the race. However, a drive-through penalty had them brought them back into third. Then they did their driver swap, and they are currently making their recovery. Bryce Millare still out in the PowerMax Autosport Lamborghini in P4. RJ came in the Intimidator Bentley. Absolutely rocking it. Ooh, having a little bit of fun over the bumps, but it's the Bentley. It's a sailboat. It don't mind. COTA in P6 after pretty hard-fought battle with Utera Hazri, who's currently P7. P8, night last of CRS Enduro. Kind of settling into a groove, running their race. Same thing goes for Jordan Brunch with the Vodafone GTR. Adrian Dubrovka in the V12 Aston Martin, which is a sounding beautiful. And David Katz bringing up the rear in the split personality AMG of Katz Racing Team. As it is, looks like the two-stop is the big brain strat. Kind of curious to see if other drivers try to follow suit. Because that does buy you about a minute. It's a good technique. Who's running where? Well, Katze getting close enough to potentially make a move on Dubrovka. Let's see if they're able to. Looks like Hazri's starting to recollected themselves a little bit. They might be looking for a second round of racing with COTA. Jordan Brunch going to pits. David Katz reeling in Adrian Dubrovka pretty steadily. It's down to 2/10 of a gap. And they're going to take that inside line, claim it, and use that to work their way around. Nice and clean. Hang on though. They are getting blue flagged, or Katz is getting blue flagged by the Lamborghini of Bryce Millare. Oh, as Dubrovka gets a little bit of trouble. I was about to say, is he going to use that potential? Is he going to go for a blue flag maneuver on get that position back from Katza? But opportunity's gone now. Bentley is not going to be able to do a two-stop, which kind of unfortunate, especially because the Bentley. Yep, there they are going for the Jintech Yacht taking their stop at just shy of the hour-and-a-half mark. And as David Katz gets a drive-through penalty. Looks like they had a bit of a spin. Go back real quick. See what happened there. Like they pushing through. And get a replay of that moment. I missed it. My apologies. That's going to temporarily give the position back to Reska Kyoso. I don't think they've adjusted this stop to do a two-stop, at least with the timing they did. But as Dalvin Paul Singh takes over, they are going to... This two-stop strategy pans out. That gives them a pretty significant advantage for the race. As they're coming out only 9 seconds behind Ruska Kyoso. However, Kwang Kong Chan is going to start to push as well. They came out right in front of him, and it's an opportunistic target. You know, fresh car on cold tires might be a good opportunity for position. They're going to kind of snake through, see who can claim it from whom. Although looks like Singh's got the pace to hold him off. See how it plays out. It looks like they're kind of hanging with him. Gap's hovering around 0.3 of a second. Inside, ooh, collision with each other. Kind of just pushing them out of the way to go through. Alrighty then. Stewards are going to be curious about that, I guess. See if Singh can kind of make that position back pace-wise. I think it'll be too difficult once the heat is there. Singh seem to have pretty good pace. They're the ones who run the qualifying lap that put them in P2. The Malari running through, driving their race. Getting a bit... Whoop. As it is now, the drivers are fairly well spread out. P1 to P2 is 13 seconds. 2 to 3 is steadily widening to just under 2. 3 to 4, 8.5 seconds. 4 to 5, 22 seconds. 5 to 6 is 17 seconds. Hazard is falling about 2 seconds down from Simracing.GP, so looks like the gap is kind of there again. Night Last, kind of just vibing on their own. They've got a minute to the car in front and a minute 30 to the car behind. As Gary Slater takes the GTR for a spin. Not a literal spin, just, you know, a drive. With Adrian Dubrovka a little less than a lap behind that. And David Katz hovering about 16 seconds after serving that drive-through. See how this pans out. Once again, we're at a bit of a lull spot in the race. Again, this is probably the best time for drivers as far as like stress goes, because you're able to kind of settle into your rhythm, do your thing. You know, kind of relax. You don't have to push as hard. You can just set your pace, kind of get rid of some of that time, and you know, if you come up behind someone, then time to, you know, get back into full game mode. Or if someone is coming up behind you, you kind of have that energy to shift over and defend properly and safely. Meanwhile, Dubrovka getting a bit sideways. Sliding onto the dirt a little bit. Gonna give Katz a little bit of time back to catch up. That V12 Aston looking to be a bit of a handful here at COTA. I've been having a few spins. Might just be the amount of torque and cool factor behind bringing a V12 to a GT3 fight. Meanwhile, Bryce Millare making a run in that Lamborghini. They also appear to be going for the two-stop. I don't believe they pitted. Ooh, RJ getting into some trouble. Spun around in the hairpin. Let's see if we can get a replay of what happened there. Going through. Yeah, it looks like they overshot a little bit and let the car go wide. Still pretty comfortable in P5, though. Boonkrung Chan is slowly starting to narrow that gap between himself and Reska Kyoso. Reeling him in steadily down to 13 seconds. Trying to get the most of that McLaren. They've got clean air ahead of them. It's just a matter of using it to its fullest potential, especially as Reska is starting to come up on just the slightest amount of traffic. That might be an issue going through those S's, but we'll see how it pans out. Meanwhile, David Katz coming up behind Adrian Dubrovka. Less than a second between the two cars. We're going to see if they can nab that position real quick. Looks like they're giving a peek to the outside. Carrying a little bit more speed through, but going very wide. However, still carrying enough speed to catch right back up. They go alongside, go to the cut to the inside, and are able to take the position fairly effectively. Oh, not at all. Let me make sure you have audio. All right, welcome. We now have a co-commentator.
Well, for a bit anyways. Hello, I'm Ruby Acosta. I am actually car at number 13. We're in the lead at the moment, but I will commentate for a little bit, yeah. How about that?
Oh, excellent, excellent. Yeah, so, so far, race has been apparently fairly clean. That was a pretty solid comeback you had after, was it like a spin or an off track, or what happened?
So actually, I got into the number 41 car. They were going off track for a bit, trying to let others through, and I guess they made a little mistake. They went to, they entered the track, and they hit me on the, I think it was the right rear. Spun around, lost a bit of time, but in the end, it's no harm, no foul. I was able to get back to, I was able to push and get back to the lead after a drive-through for the number 67, I think. And after that, I just gave it to Racecon, and now he's doing a pretty good job. I mean, like the alien, he's an alien, so he should be doing a pretty good job. So,
yeah, yeah, 67 has been making a bit of a comeback. I mean, it's slow going for him at the moment. I'm actually really curious to see how it plays out for the number 17 Porsche.
Yes,
they seem to have a really clever pit strategy going on.
Yeah, the 17 I've been noticing have been fuel saving a lot. They've been staying out for a lot longer. They were a bit hard to pass, and they were pushing when they needed to push. I'm wondering if they put on the full fuel load, because what I do for my strategy is usually I fill just a little bit less so that I can make it just past the hour. But with no stint timer, that's actually a really smart move to go to fill the tank up and go all the way. And basically, I mean, without the stint timer, you can really just stretch the strategies and everything to whatever you want. And so maybe this will work out for the 17 Convention Motorsports MSRL Porsche. We'll have to see as it goes on. Hopefully we can catch them. But if they pull this off, I mean, hats off to them.
Yeah, I mean, another thing worth noting, that Porsche, I drove it for a bit. It's very fuel efficient. Meanwhile, COTA and Hazri have been going at it between 5 and 6. Looks like Hazri was able to nab the position from him. Go back a little bit and see if I can't catch the move that did it. Oh, it was COTA going a bit wide, getting into the marbles there.
Yeah, it's really easy to get really wide at turn 1 because the braking point, even though it's at the 100 board, you can easily just lock up the front brakes, get a slide going, and the way you want to turn in is that you want to turn in so hard and so quick, but at the same time, like, you just can't, you can't, like, turning in hard and going on the brakes hard. It's not a good combination. So it's really easy to go off wide there, especially in turn 1. Also, I believe the other turn before the straight, I don't know what turn it is, but that's also another turn you can easily get wrong, especially here too. Braking point sometimes depends on the tire temperatures, tire conditions, the track conditions. So really, it's just, it's weighing the pros and cons of going late early. I mean, I've been going earlier into some of these corners. It's been working out for me, but I've seen some drivers actually go in pretty deep and make it. So I'm not really sure.
Ooh, and they're just avoiding contact. Especially with the track heat, 31 Celsius, seems like it's pretty hot, and there's not a lot of wind to carry it, like the ambient temperature, away from the track.
Well,
I don't know how well ACC reflects that, though.
It wouldn't be so bad on any other track, but the way that COTA works is that it's such COTA making a move here.
Yeah, going for that inside. This would be the 4th or 5th time they would have swapped positions with each other. They've been going at it all race.
Have a chance here, turn 1. We'll see how deep they'll go.
They're going for the early line there. With Hazri going for the switchback. Putting them side by side. Good. But that inside line kind of paid off in the next bit.
Yeah, that's also turn 1 is also another turn 1 usually a great place to make a pass. I mean you could easily miss up, but it's usual dive bomb spot. Yeah, it's a pretty good move by COTA to keep it clean, keep the momentum going, because it's pretty hard to keep momentum going out of turn 1, especially if you're diving inside. Because when you're on the outside of that turn getting past, you can actually get a better run. But hats off to COTA for keeping that.
Yeah, it was a good move. Yeah, especially when you have like all that runoff to work with, you can really carry speed. You're saying. I'm also, full disclosure, I've never driven COTA. I've only watched it.
Well, it's good because you're sparing yourself on this track, because this track is such a pain.
Is it?
Yes, it's very technical. It's very hard on the tires. Lots of low-speed corners, and lots of times you can just wheel spin and really lose a lot of time, and also destroy the tires without even knowing you did, without even feeling like you did or did anything wrong. So I mean, definitely not a track for those who have a heavy right foot, I think.
Like as bad as Zolder, or like is that the level we're talking, or
way worse than Zolder?
Oh jeez, that's terrifying. I'm glad I'm commentating and not driving then.
Back to what I was saying though, the track temperature is not that bad for most other tracks, but for COTA, the nature of the track, the way it flows, the way everything, take the turns, it just amplifies it. And actually, I've done even worse conditions here. I've been in the VCO Flex Stream competition in the cash split, so I was racing with other pro drivers, with like Williams Esports. I think it was Veloce, I don't know, and Yas Heat. So teams like that, and it's a really hectic, it's really hectic pace, and the track temperature was way hotter. I think it was like 29 Celsius air and like 39 Celsius track. So the tires just went away just immediately, and you had to just really baby them. So yeah, it can get a lot worse.
Yeah, that's spicy conditions. That's. Oof.
So I will make my way back to my teammate. I'm sure Race kind of needs me, but thank you for letting me in the booth for a little bit at least.
Oh no, absolutely. It's good having you, even if it was for just a little bit.
All right, thank you.
And drive safe.
I will try to.
All right, take it easy. Ah, that was a nice little. Yeah, nice to have someone to talk to for a little bit. Meanwhile, as we kind of continue through it, you got Devin Paul Singh running through. Ooh, and last with a caution, they're going off track, catching the marbles into the, I believe that's a Texas flag. Again, getting right back on track, avoiding any, catching anyone up in the chaos, which is a good thing. Looks like that didn't really cost him any positions. They're still, they're still kind of, they got enough of a gap in front of and behind him. Meanwhile, the gap between COTA and Daniel Patara Hazri has widened just a bit for now. You know, if a mistake happens, that'll close right back up in an instant, like we saw before. And the race goes on.
Howdy.
Oh, howdy. How's it going?
That is, it's a pain.
The pain?
Yeah,
that,
I didn't just shoot myself in the foot, I blew that thing up with a rocket while driving the GTR.
Oh. I mean, yeah, I had noticed that. GTR is an interesting choice. Was it like sentimental or just like a...
I'll be honest with you, Chief. This whole team was last minute. I saw the livery and race department. I said screw it, and we went for it.
Yeah. Speaking of livery, it's the white Vodafone one, right?
It is. Basically, I forgot to upload the livery last night, and so it is. In fact, if you look up the 1998 Nissan BTCC car, then you'll see it's the Vodafone Primera. So
hang on, you're gonna use a retro GTR livery, and it's not the Axia one?
No, this is for the Nissan Primera, this livery.
Oh, I was thinking the R32 for whatever reason.
But adapted to the GTR, yes.
Yep. Okay. I think I know which one you're talking about. Is it the red, white, and blue one?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Oh, dang, that kind of sad I'm not seeing it then. Other than that, how's the race been going for you?
I would be lying if I said it was been easy. It is definitely not been easy.
Yeah.
Barely any practice, and just the car feels like you're driving on ice. Half the corners. Then you know how the track observer that here is. You slightly go too far to the left or the right of the curve, and you're just got a track limit warning. It's a pain to be consistent. Consistently quick, I should say.
Yeah, Ruby was saying a lot of the same stuff. COTA sounds like a bit of a the nice way of saying it. Sounds like it's a very technical track. By which I mean it sounds like it's a really tough one to drive on.
It feels like whoever designed this track used just a stationary kit. So you've got your straights made with a roller, then you've got your that last long right-hander. Looks like it was, you know, it's not even just one. It's pointy in the middle.
It is a fairly interesting track shape now that I look at it. They really like their straights into sharp turns.
That's Herman Tilke for you. I will say, it does feel nice to be back in the booth, though.
Yeah, it's nice to have,
usually
nice to have folks with me in here.
Usually it would be the other way around. You'd be driving, I would be commentating.
Yep. And then we'd switch for track.
Then VGT would be racing against each other. So there we go.
Yep. And yeah, that was some good driving, and Suzuka was pain, but yeah. And meanwhile, are we about to see a battle for a podium? Because looks like Singh's only getting that less than a second gap between the car and front. Looks like they made a little bit of time back.
I will say, the good thing about the GTR compared to cars I've driven before is this thing's got a pretty big fuel tank, so you can drive longer stints. However, you know, this car still isn't nice to drive.
No. How'd you rate it compared to the Lexus?
Next question. Because I think we all know the answer for that one. It's got advantages, but it's a pain. I do like the Lexus. I do prefer the Lexus, but even then, the Lexus here, from both of us personal experiences, I think I could convince. English is hard. I could say that how its oversteer here wouldn't particularly be the nicest here. Same with the GTR. However, the GTR is understeery.
Ooh.
So, other cars here like the Porsche and the McLaren can go a bit quicker through some of the corners, while we're having to brake a bit more just to make them. So,
Yeah, it's I think I've only driven the GTR on like 1.8 of ACC, so like before the big update, and that thing felt very heavy to me. That's the way of putting it.
yeah, the sample running at the moment is definitely a bit different compared to what I'm used to, but basically the stock aggressive just was way too understeery, and safe is, you know, not even worth it. So they had to soften up the car a bit just to make up some time. It's improved a lot, but you know, it's still seconds off the pace compared to other cars. So yeah,
I mean, it is what it is. You do get cool factor at least.
we got if we got to see the livery, we'd have the cool factor, but we have the, how should I put it without saying without sounding not family friendly, it is torturous.
Oof.
The word I would say if this wasn't a proper broadcast starts off an M and ends with a T, and you probably know what I mean with that word.
Yep. Oh boy.
For those kind of people, the GTR is for you. But if you're a sane person, then you know, ACC has loads of other cars,
Yeah.
like the Lexus or the McLaren.
Yep. Can't wait to run that in track.
The Lexus.
Yep.
The torch has been passed, my friend.
Oh boy. I mean, I switched away from the Lexus and then died every race, so lesson learned.
I have driven the GTR before for 2 races in VTuber GT, but the first race I did was Laguna Seca, which is from west all the way to P10, which was really nice. One of my best drives.
That's actually very impressive, especially Laguna Seca's. It is one of my favorite courses, but it does not like me. And I haven't actually done it in GT3s.
I will say, from personal experience, the best car to drive around Laguna Seca is the Chrysler PT Cruiser in GT4. No, I'm kidding. It is. I'm only saying that because I got a gold medal in one of the license tests there somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But Laguna Seca, fun track. I wouldn't say it's for the GTR either, but it is a bit better for the GTR, but still not the best, you know.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the Assetto Corsa old car treatment. I think even the newer GTR is like it's 2019.
The 2018, the one we were running.
Oh, 2018. Okay. Oh yeah, because the first one's a 2015 or something, isn't it?
Yes, this is the facelift mod. So,
Okay.
you know, because Nissan have decided to not make an R36, despite, you know, making this car since 2007.
I mean, I'd say if it's not broke, but it is kind of lagging behind a little bit.
I mean, it's still a quick car, road car, but GT3 car I had not particularly.
Let's see.
I will say it is a decent looking car. It's got that.
Yeah.
Driving wise, no.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the delightful part of the race continues where it's just kind of everyone's settled in, running their own race, doing that relaxing.
I am surprised about how bad the GTR is.
Really? Or like, so is it like just like a constant understeer, or is it have at least like a? Does it do like the weird understeer into oversteer bit, or like how is?
It's understeer. So I'll give you an example. For not turn two. You know I'm trying to remember the corner numbers or the names, but I honestly don't really like COTA, so I'm trying to remember them. But there is one corner which a good few times I've got track limits on, so it's been very careful since. But it feels decent there, but on in the entry, but right on the exit, it feels way too understeer.
Ooh. Yeah, that's when you don't want understeer because that's your follow through speed, man. Like,
You can definitely see this corner here where it's just sharp. So this car does not like sharp corners.
oh, it's more of a sweeping turn type thing.
No, this car just exists. It exists. It exists because it needs to exist, but it shouldn't exist.
It exists because there must always be a GTR.
All I'm saying is there's a reason I think Nissan kept racing R34 for loads of years.
Fair enough.
But
I guess.
yeah.
I guess it would explain why looking at like making the 400 the GT3.
I mean, it
wasn't a GT4.
I think it's GT4, but depending how well it does, it might even be a good GT3 car. If they can develop it pretty well. Because let's be honest, Nissan has just left this one out to dry. So, we've saw in the past that Nissan can make good endurance cars. Let's say, for example, R390. Sure, it wasn't successful, but it was still a good car. But, the GTR GT3 car nowadays is, it's there. It's not
racing.
it's existing, sadly, but, you know, it's bad when the Reitner is probably close competition.
That level. Okay,
I would say it's a step above the Reitner, but if you're good like that one guy we saw in tracc.GT, Paul Ricard, the Reitner, you know.
That guy was a legend. Like,
I swear that was the rebirth of all the greats put together.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to love the Riders so much. Just, and honestly, so much of it is just the fact that it still uses like the old, like mid 2000s dash, like LCD display. Now that and just, you know, there's something about taking an older car and like having it hopped up and competing with newer stuff that makes me happy.
Yeah.
But that lasts until I have to drive it.
It's like a good few of these cars in this game. They're nice to look at. They're not nice to drive.
Yep. The eternal struggle.
It's I would say it's like the Jag, but however, at least with the Jag, I can get somewhat decent times, but it's definitely not where it used to be on the food chain.
Mm-hmm.
BMW is still a decent car after. Sure, it's only been out, what's it, a year? But it's still really quick comparing with the Ferrari 296, new Porsche 911, and 720S Evo are now kicking about.
Yeah, it seems like the M4 kind of became like the kind of all-rounder pick. Where it's just like, I need something that does everything pretty well. And I, like, having driven it a few times, it's very, it's a very confidence-building car, I'd say.
I'll say the Lexus is like that for me. It built my confidence a lot, but
I think the M4 kind of just took its place.
I will say the Lexus does have one thing up its sleeve compared to the M4, and that would be the sound. And the looks.
Yep. The looks, the sound. I like being able to kick out the rear a bit. The M4 you kind of can, but it's feels like it doesn't like you when you do it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And apparently the 720, the update to it, the Evo, apparently that thing's a monster.
Oh, definitely. That car was decent to drive before, and it's even quicker now. So, you know, it's think of it like the F. If you want to put it in like Formula 1 terms, think of it like last year's Red Bull. Then the Evo is this year's Red Bull. How much quicker it is. It is that quick.
Dang, that good. Oop. I think we're starting to get a little bit of a battle going on between COTA and the Blessed Bentley.
I saw that livery. I loved it. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah. That was I think it was like the week before. It was like, hey, would you be able to do that?
Well, you made that livery?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I will always endorse fucking with somebody with a livery or livery any day.
You know what the best part is? My favorite part?
What?
The back bumper how it has the Chevrolet logo on the Bentley.
Yep. Yep.
It's great.
Yeah, I think I ranted to myself before, just like, yeah, just make an American GT3 so we don't have to do this.
Oh, if you think that's cursed, in Gran Turismo 7, I have an A86 with that livery.
That's beautiful.
Oh, it's great. It wants to kick the tail out of every corner because it's like a rallycross car, but it's so fun to fuck with people. And my apologies for swearing, by the way, but
It's okay.
to mess with
YouTube
people.
gives us one. YouTube gives us one. Or at least it used to. I think now it's more like a within the first 30 seconds or something.
Oh.
It's hard to follow.
According to my calculations, I think this would be more than 30 seconds.
Pretty sure it has, yeah.
It's almost 2 hours.
Ooh. Which means that we're getting into the second pits for folks who are doing a 3-stop. I am vastly curious to see if this number 17 Porsche, because it seems like they're going for a 2-stop race. And if they can pull that off, that is huge. Like that, like if they can avoid drive-throughs, because the other 2 lead cars of Reska Kyoso and Hong Kong Chan, they seem to be doing 3 stops. And if they can get that 1.5, that's their win if they can avoid a drive-through for that Porsche.
I think we
And
all.
I love pit strategy victories.
I think we all move at a. The one stop is definitely not possible in these cars. Easily not.
No, but that 992 is fuel efficient.
But the
Like,
2
it
stop,
sips
maybe.
gas. A 2 stop's doable. I think if you're that's definitely a car that could.
very careful, if you're very careful on the throttle and you're smart, then probably you might well get 1.5, 2 stop. But it's gonna be close for the 2 stoppers.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna reveal how many stops we're doing, but it is
OPSEC.
I don't know how many people from the other teams are watching. Mind you, we're all the way far back, so like,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh. Oh, and at first I thought I missed an overtake, but like RJ's going for their pits. I think, at least from broadcasting, I think there's like 2 or 3 teams that are potentially going to go for a 2 stop.
I love how the camera zoomed in for the GM Goodwrench. The battle.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Oh yeah. What do you... Listen, they took it down to the shop. Bubba was just like, I'll work on anything. Brought him a Bentley and he made it happen. Like Dubrovka going in for pits as well.
Let's be honest, you put an LS in the Bentley, then it, you know, is probably a lot more reliable.
Yeah, yeah. It still astounds me that one of the best, or one of the like default go fast, easy way engines, like the LS, it's still a push rod. It's not a dual overhead cam engine. Like, that's crazy. He's an 80s tech on that.
Who needs fuel injection when you have good old technology? Stone Age technology.
Yep. I think a GT3 Corvette would be hilarious to bring to something like ACC.
I would love the C7, well, C6, C7, C8, any of those. I'd love them to be in this game.
Yep.
C7,
Oh yeah.
C8, definitely. Because I'm pretty sure there is GT3 versions of them.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure if those were in ACC, I'd be running it. Like, it wouldn't even matter if they sucked. I totally would run it.
I'd see the Mustang being added, because that is becoming a GT3, the new one.
That's going to be beautiful.
Let's pray it's not an EcoBoost.
No. I want it to be the Eco... Just send it as the EcoBoost. It'll be beautiful.
I found out a fact about the modern Mustang, because we started getting them in the UK a few years ago, and it's very amusing that the most popular engine choice that we get here, you think would be the EcoBoost because fuel prices, but no, it's in fact the V8.
Oh yeah, of course.
That is a rare British W.
It is. Honestly, I'm pretty sure, because like the Mustang is very popular in the US because it's cheap as hell compared to like other stuff. Like a V8 Mustang will run you about the same as like, maybe not like a Corolla, but like a very basic 3 Series BMW, or like a, I'm trying to think other. It'll run you about $35,000 to $40,000 for the V8 Mustang, which is not much when you consider the amount of power you're getting.
Let's be fair, you can even, if you go used market, you can get them for like pennies.
Oh yeah, no, like they're very affordable. So like I imagine overseas, And I can't speak for Britain. I know Germany, they were a lot more expensive because of how much it was to import them. Also, Kwankwangshan getting a drive-through. It's like they were running very quick pace, but they might have been getting a little bit spicy on track limits to do that.
That's the thing with insurance runs like this. If you have the pace, you still might slip up and you gotta drive for it. You're gonna shoot yourself in the foot.
Yeah, and especially COTA. Like COTA's mean on these. Like I'm just seeing at any given lap, about half the field is going to have some sort of off track or like lap invalidated.
What I have noticed from is the last VGT / tracc.eu race, and this V2 race is both tracks have very painful track limits.
Yeah.
Whoever decided, I don't remember who made the counters for both, but please no, please be kinder to us.
I think they shuffle it. Not sure.
But I know Silverstone text, which will be fun.
Yep. I still haven't practiced for Silverstone, and I think I've driven Silverstone in like maybe iRacing once or twice. That'll be fun.
Oh, I miss the days of when we had the old bridge layout. That's the one I grew up with. And then they have the recent one from, was it 2011? 2010?
It looks like Knight last got into a little bit of trouble. He had a caution. Oh! Yeah, that was an attempt to get into pit lane that did not play out how they wanted it to. I mean,
That was
that was
I think it was the first time I ever saw someone try going to pit lane. Forget to brake when
I mean,
just carry it.
they didn't do any damage. They didn't catch anybody. I was just
Watch the game, give them a penalty.
they say you cut the course, no time gained.
Oh, that's PTSD for me right there.
Yep.
It's fine if you're in a quick car and it's like a slow section, but if you're in a, you know, high-speed section, you're kind of screwed.
Yep. Now it looks like Knight might be a little bit flustered because Seong's coming up on him real quick. Or they might be fuel saving. They might have been trying to really stretch it.
Not last, I think. I was caught in the bumper, but then I just lost grip and just fell off majorly.
Yeah, I think I saw that one go down.
It's very interesting to see pretty much a dinosaur in the GT3 world versus the modern 911. But it was fun for a few corners and a little spin.
That was a little hairy. No contact, but that was almost spicy. They did make the second pit entry, which is good.
Hooray.
I looked at, oh, Champ Chulo's back in it.
I will say the two older cars in the field, the GTR and the V12 Vantage, aren't last. That's all I'm saying.
No. The split personality AMG had some pit troubles.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how you're with Formula 1 knowledge, but you ever see that BAR livery from like the late 90s? It's like a zipper livery. It's like it's supposed to be 2 in 1. Because they wanted to run 2 different liveries, one on each car, like the 555 and like a Lucky Strike livery. But then But then they couldn't because FIA had to be FIA. Then It kind of looks like that, because it's in fact red for Lucky Strike and blue for 555.
Huh. That is kind of cool.
I will say it does look kind of iffy, the grill, with half the Mercedes grill
Yeah,
being
the grill
black
does
and
get
white.
the grill does get a little bit weird with it.
It's just strange that the badge didn't get split in half as well.
Oh, yeah. I think, actually trying to think about it, I don't think the badge lets you really mess with it too much. Off the top of my head, because I remember making at least one library for it, and it didn't like me.
I will say it is fair play.
It is slightly darker. Like, oh wait, the ring is, but like the actual
Spokes.
3 prongs.
I will say I'm impressed with my teammate, because I don't think we went with any practice. We were that far off the pace, and the practicer did some updates to the car, gained a few seconds, but it's still majorly off pace.
I mean, I remember Slater being pretty good in both track and VGT when it was doing the wingman system. I don't remember if he was in. Is he still in VTuber GT or?
No, because he's not a VTuber. Harvey's in Track GT.
Okay, that'll be fun to race with him again.
I will say, when I uploaded this already, I forgot to change the name. It still says Vodafone Nissan Racing, but the team name is actually Ecuria Cos.
Ah. Ooh.
Basically, that was a Scottish racing team that started in the 50s and all the way till today. Because me and Gary Slater are both Scottish.
Ah. Ooh. COTA get into a little bit of trouble. Ah, that's actually really cool. Not Seon getting into trouble with the Scottish racing team. Wonder. Yeah, I know. Team I'm doing in track. We don't have like any sort of set liveries, but we're buddies from a different Discord, a different. Not even a racing one, a flight sim Discord.
Flight sim.
Like, I think and then Troz was on there, so like she invited us over, and we're like, yeah, we'll do this.
Hey, you never know, you might even find Akitos as a Gavlar as well.
Yep. I don't think I've seen a keto on that one, but I actually. That would explain the Rafael livery that they rocked for a little bit.
Was it? I forgot what it is. It was based on. I don't know. It was based on a fighter jet.
Yeah, it was the. He said it was the Rafael, after I mistakenly called it a Mirage. But yeah.
To be fair, I wouldn't even know the difference.
One's newer, and like has like the canard front wing. It's.
Who said VTuber wasn't educational?
Yeah, we're learning. Okay. Let's see. Like Hong Kong is going to be doing their pit now. Let's see. I haven't looked at Bryce Malari in a bit. I think they're I haven't seen a driver swap with them yet. They're at the halfway point, so they might just have like. I think I saw in SGP there was a couple folks who are just running it, like just Iron Manning it, and like not even worried about the penalty. Yeah, just a quick check. He is soloing it.
But there was a car with solo?
Yeah, Bryce Malari in the Power Max Autosport. He does not have a teammate listed.
Ah.
Like SGP's like, yeah, there's a penalty, but who cares about the penalty? Just when you can Iron Man and That's cool. Like,
What?
mad props.
He's gonna be absolutely shattered after this, though.
Yeah.
4 hours of consistent driving.
I mean, it's not too crazy. Like iRacing, I've done 3 or 4 hour stints. I know a few folks who have, so 4 hours isn't too bad for it. 6 hours is when I'd be like, no, thank you.
Yeah, thank God, because the news is out now, but I am racing at Le Mans, so thank God I won't be doing 4-hour stints.
Yeah, no. I think we did, I did Spa recently, and we did 3 hour stints. That wasn't too bad. But that was also like switching from VR, which was very tiring, to not VR, which, I don't know, felt like it feels like when you haven't slept, like gotten like a proper 8 hours sleep in like 2 weeks, and then you get to sleep 12 hours. It felt like that. It was beautiful.
Yeah. I will say, I'm looking at the cars on track. Both the Astons, well, the V8s, same color palette, and been close on track all day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's who did yeah, and these two have been battling like off and on. I think this is the 4th or 5th duel between these two cars. Like,
If you want a fun fact about the drivers, 3 out of the 4 drivers in these two teams are Asian.
yeah.
Because Albert George is not Asian, funnily enough.
3 Asians and a Hungarian.
Hungarian class. It's just a separate class.
Yep. It is its own. Well, I also don't know like what specific countries all of them are from. I'm pretty sure COTA is South Korean.
South Korean, and the other 2 are Malaysian.
Okay.
And Yinjing Tap? The other driver, the number 17 Porsche, is also Malaysian. They're all part of MSRL.
Oh.
So,
Like a.
Malaysian Sim Racing League.
Oh, see, that had me wondering for a second, is sim racing just super popular there? Because that would be cool if it was.
I don't know, they're too quick. Sword arm, plus. Give us a chance in the GTR.
Yeah.
I joke when in a Ruska's chat and said, do us a favor, sword arm, so we can catch up a bit. It is, like I said, GTR is not a fun car here. I imagine the Porsche is probably pretty fun here. So is the McLaren.
Yeah. I don't know. The Porsche is an interesting beast. It is an amazing car until it, like, well, probably once every hour or so, it kind of just decides it wants you dead. And then, if you can survive that, it's good for another hour. And then it decides it wants you dead.
That's just Porsches for you, isn't it?
Yep.
Let's be fair, is it a Porsche if it's not trying to kill you?
No, that makes it a Volkswagen.
Yes.
going in for pits. Which,
Dieselgate.
Yep. I was just more thinking the 944, but 944 is best Porsche. Fight me.
I did see a Porsche recently. And funnily enough, not a 911 or a Boxster for once. I actually saw a 928 GTS.
I like. That's my favorite like series that Porsche has. The 928, the 944, the 968. Like.
Was it a 968 or a 928? I'm pretty sure it was a 928.
Did it have pop-up headlights?
Yes.
Okay.
I know it's a
it was
GTS, so it was
Then it was either a 928 or a 944.
yeah, it was a 928 GTS. Oh,
Okay.
pardon me.
Yep. Yeah, the 968 is the one with the weird headlights that they're technically pop-ups, but like when
Forwards.
rather than going forwards, it just kind of like
Appears.
the light doesn't. Yeah, the light doesn't close. It just goes up. Like
Yeah.
the lights do not need to pop up for it to work as headlights.
Well enough, I've saw it in my, keep seeing it in my work, so I'm thinking one of my, a very high up manager or one of my bosses has a Porsche
Yep.
928.
Yeah.
If so,
I mean,
they've traded a Range Rover for something arguably a lot better.
yeah, that's a good trade. I know the 944s and the 928s were used to be very, very reasonable priced in the US. If you wanted like a good, if you wanted a slow, if you wanted something, if you wanted a Porsche but not to be crazy, and that slot's kind of been taken up by the Boxer.
I don't know about the Boxer. I think it's a goofy car.
I could see it being pretty good with like a hard top and something to break up the line in the back. Like straight up give it like a 70s style like lift back wing and it could probably look pretty sick.
You know, I would like is like a GT3 car. If we could have like anything, like an aftermarket company could even do this. Give us a CT or a Yellowbird as a GT3 car. Right, that'd be pretty cool.
I think you might be slowing it down a bit to get to that.
Oh, to be fair, it used to be one of the world's fastest production cars for like 3 years, and the Jaguar XJ220 came along. Then
Yep.
McLaren F1 came along and blitzed that.
And then Bugatti Veyron at some point. I think there was something
like
between the
12 years later.
yeah, wasn't there like the Bugatti like EB1 something or other?
EB110. Yeah, it wasn't as quick as the Veyron or the F1, but it was quick. The Ferrari F50 is like the forgotten one, despite it being a Ferrari.
That's my favorite Ferrari.
I didn't grow up with, so I wouldn't say it's my kind of Ferrari. Even then, I wouldn't
Yeah.
say that Enzo's mine either.
I'll be honest, I can't really say any Ferraris are my kind of car, but if I had to pick one, F50.
Like the F430. That is, I know it's not on the same level as, you know, Enzo or F50 or F40, but
Actually, can I change my answer to the Testarossa?
Miami Vice
512.
and Miami Vice. Yes.
Yeah, push it to the... I need to... If I had one of those... It also means I would have enough money to just not care about any sort of public image. I would absolutely just drive around with push it to the limit, turn to the max volume.
Can't wait for the soundtrack of Magical Sound Shower just playing in the background.
Oh, that too. There would be like a 4-song playlist. I kind of like Splash Wave a bit better, but it would be picked.
You could probably burn a cassette to that, couldn't you?
Oh yeah.
I'm assuming that they would definitely have like a CD player in that.
Well, even if it has a cigarette lighter, which I'm going to be vastly disappointed in Ferrari for not knowing its target audience if it doesn't have a cigarette lighter. You can get like one of those little Bluetooth transmitters.
Let's be fair, that probably wouldn't have a cigarette lighter, it'd probably have a cigar lighter.
Even better. I mean, I have one of those things in my Miata because that thing's got a fucking tape player and a CD player.
It's better than my bicycle. No music.
Yeah, just get some, get like a $15 pair of Dirty Buds. You're good to go.
Get the good old early 2000s Apple ones, which were just indestructible, but I somehow broke.
Yep. I think the current, like, good Dirty Buds are I think KB ears. I have a set. They're cheap and they're good. Bought like a 5-pack of them for $10, and none of them have broke yet.
I would like a Miata. The only thing is, I think I'm too tall for one.
Drop the top.
Chop the windscreen off, and I'll have like a '60s roadster kind of thing.
Yeah.
I have
No,
a very cheap AC Cobra.
Yeah, if you're like me and you're like 5'6", it's very easy to be a car guy. Like, it opens up a lot of options. Dang, our solo driver's in third right now. You doing good.
Considering it is a Lamborghini, I'm surprised it hasn't caught fire yet.
Yeah. Well, this ACC doesn't simulate that, which I think is a shame.
Not realistic. 0 out of 10. So.
Yeah. I think, trying to think, what was it? It was a flight sim, DCS. It has, like, random malfunctions that you can turn on. And I'm just imagining if, like, the amount of salt that it would generate in something like iRacing or Assetto Corsa Competizione, where it's got a bit of that esports side of it. If they added that,
I'm just
the
thinking to
forums would
myself,
be on fire, and I would be overjoyed with Schadenfreude.
You know what would be a fun thing to do? See if like Roush or like any, Hennessy could do. Get one of those cheap SN95 or new Azure Mustangs. You know the ones. The ones that are
Oh yeah,
absolute
the
crap.
best Mustang. The best Mustang.
Yes, because they're cheap there.
Yep.
Make that into a
Sit in
GT3
one.
car. They'd be so
Yeah.
cheap to manufacture. All the privateer teams would run one. It's great.
I actually know of some folks that have like a track day SN. That thing's actually kind of a monster.
I know Chris Fix made one into a drift car.
Yep. But yeah, no, you get into one of those and Van Halen starts playing immediately.
I can just imagine.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have like SN95 Mustangs or like anything like that here, sadly. We don't even get Chevrolets here anymore.
Yeah, I think they came to... I know the Mustang came to Europe in 2015. Because that's when I got one.
Oh, you had a Mustang?
Yeah, I had a 2015. It was the V6. As is tradition for Americans.
Buy the V6 instead of the proper V8?
It's a very specific demographic of Americans that I was in, where you get the V6 because you can't afford the V8.
Ah,
But,
I see. Can afford a new car, but can't afford...
But you get a significant company discount on certain American brands, especially if you are not in the U.S. So, like, I had a U.S. spec brand new Mustang out there, and the farther I got away from the place where all the Americans were, the cooler my car became.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Europeans love muscle cars, and so do Asian people love muscle cars, but it's so funny because you'd see Americans love Japanese cars, but Japanese people love American cars, so...
Yeah, like, if
I think
it weren't for...
I think it's more of... Because, it's something you don't see every day. It's... Like, for example, I don't see, like, Corvettes or Z01 Camaros, but I think they're awesome, but...
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, no.
something.
Meanwhile, in the U.S., we see a Corvette and we go, okay, so you're 60 years old, you have a beer gut, and you're going to tell me about how rare your Corvette is.
I was waiting for you to say that last point.
Yep.
Also, bonus point if you're part of a Facebook owner group.
Oh, yeah, it just happens.
It's part of the contract when you buy one.
I was actually looking at it was an old C4 Corvette, and I was like, if I get this, I'm going to start a Facebook group, and it's just going to be called, like, Nice Corvette Owners. And you will be banned if you say how many of your color and transmission options of your car were produced.
On
you say that, you're out.
said
Goodbye.
month.
It'll be empty. It'll be, like, just me.
Oh, Jesus. This was the Charles the 14th we knew before he became a VTuber.
Oh yeah.
The middle-aged Corvette owner. Ah,
Yep.
yes.
The middle-aged Corvette owner that like fights other ones.
Yes.
Like I just get invited so I can bring a bat.
We need somebody to make artwork of you with your new model. The Corvette with
Oh,
a very
right.
very specific setup. It's very like rare color on one day with certain wheels and.
And it's like one of whatever the fuck. It's a Corvette. Or crap, that's mine.
Let's be fair. Who actually knows the specifics of stuff like that? Unless you are a diehard, or you looked
Corvette
on,
owners.
or you looked on Wikipedia one day.
Corvette owners, because anytime you buy one, they're going to have it listed in its in the for sale ad.
In the Facebook Marketplace ad.
Yep, the Facebook Marketplace or the Craigslist ad or like the classic owners sites. They're gonna be like, one of this many produced, only one in this color with this option.
That is one of the reasons I'm glad I don't live in the US. Because I know for a fact
Yeah.
I'd be trying to buy something cool when I have to meet someone like that.
Yep.
No,
Don't know what they have.
No wall ballers, I know I have.
Yep. Yep. Like the only reason I have a Miata right now is because the guy didn't. Well, he knew what he had 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Yes.
Before it became impossible to find a Miata under $10,000 that hasn't had the track day bro treatment.
The track day bro treatment. You have an NA Miata, don't you?
NB.
Ah. Oh, you got the superior generation then.
Yes, I have the non-binary Miata.
You have the, what's it? The Gran Turismo 3 Roadster grind car.
Yep. I burned a single CD when I bought the car. It
Oh.
was the Gran Turismo soundtrack. Oh. So young KP getting into the dirt. And he's got a drive-through.
Alright, I better be
It's like
checking with my teammate.
Yeah.
Because
Easy.
he's been... How long have I been? Like an hour and 15 minutes? Like the fuel tank's probably about to be empty. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm back in the car, but if I'm not, I'll come back and I'll join you. Give you some
Alright.
company.
Well, have fun.
I'll
Don't
not because
die.
this car is horrible.
It's more fun to drive a slow car fast than a fast car slow. Or a understeery murder machine. Could be. Either way, have a good one. All right. So, I got a little bit distracted with some of the discussion there, but it was pretty steady racing throughout. Our current standings within the race. In the lead is number 17 Conventional Motorsports Porsche, currently driven by Davenpal Singh. I think their fuel strategy is going to pay off for them because they are doing quite nicely. Ruby Acosta is taken back over in second place with the Mirai United M4 for this last half-hour stint. They might try to push it for the hour and a half, might not. We'll see. In third position, we have Bryce Milare, our solo driver that we've identified as a solo driver. Awesome, doing good stuff. I think he's going for a similar pit strategy to Singh because I haven't seen him in the pits too often. That's good. It's good on him. Fourth place, Edwin Waugh taking back over for Ride in Esports, McLaren. They've had, they lost a couple positions due to drive-thrus. Track limits on COTA being absolutely wicked. 5th position, Mark Kame in the Intimidator Bentley. Is doing good. Beautiful car, love to see it. I have a personal bias. It is what it is. Psycho Kaiser running 6th. Looks like they claimed the position from Simracing.GP after a drive-through incident. Simracing.GP running 7th. Currently a pretty good gap between the two cars, so I don't know if we're going to see them fight again. Maybe once one of them pits. But we'll see. Knight last, running 8th in the CRS Enduro Porsche. Gary Slater of the, well, according to his teammate Jordan Brunch, the very oxy Nissan GTR of Vodafone that they lost the paint scheme to. Chamchulo in the V12, bringing up P10. Very, very loud car. Chamchulo's also playing on a controller, so, like, he's having... It makes things a bit more interesting, especially on a track like COTA. And then bringing up the rear, we have the... Salil Drurcrox with the Cats Racing Team Split Personality AMG. Dr. Pogger. Ooh, Edwin Law getting... like he got into a little bit of trouble there. Going through, getting caught up in blue flag, looked like. Getting alongside Gary Slater. Oh, no, he's good. It was just some troubles. Now he's coming up on on Bryce. I'm gonna see if he can get around him. Starting to kind of reel him in. That gap's not very big. It's just getting under a second. As we have the black mid-engine car versus the white mid-engine car. Ferrari versus... well, not Ferrari. Lamborghini versus McLaren. They kind of sit in similar driving styles as mid-engines. Both pretty light, pretty fast. Lamborghini, from what I remember, has quite a lot of power in a straight line, but the McLaren is a excellent turning boy. They come past lap traffic of Chamchulo. Bryce giving a quick flash to give Cham a heads up. Let him know, like, hey, I'm in a fight right now. Please don't. Please don't. Edwin not making any moves yet. He's trying to just get that gap nice and close. I think he wants to get kind of right on his bumper before doing anything, rather than go for like a long flowing follow through. And that's might have been the opportunity he needed. He's getting pretty close now, but Lamborghini's starting to pull away in the straight. Because again, it is a fast boy. See how this goes down. Like they're fairly evenly matched right now. Not seeing... It's very smooth driving on Bryce's end, which is going to be difficult to get around, especially since he's taking a somewhat defensive line. He's trying to keep that car a bit in the middle. Make it harder to pick a line to overtake on. It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to make a huge gap for safety, so at this point it's just a matter of like, all right, get a smooth, consistent defensive line, and just run it safe. You know, push a little bit, but not so much that you start to have a slip up. Let the other guy make the mistake. Look, Edwin's starting to fall back a little bit, back down to about a second. So it seems like that good line has kind of paid off for Bryce. I think Bryce is also doing the true stop. Gary Slater's still out. Let's see how it goes. Well, night last with a drive-through. Go to track limits, strike again. This is interesting because Ruby Acosta does seem to be running slightly faster than Davin Paul. But that pit strategy is strong. And kind of like I was telling Jordan Brunch, the pit strategy victories are some of my favorite ones to see. Because it's kind of like it's more about just kind of knowing the car than just like going full send. Also, there's some risk to it. If it backfires hard. Because if you run out of fuel, or you have to stop and splash, it could be at an inopportune moment. But honestly, a two-stop seems like a very smart decision, if only because there's no, like... If you do have to stop, you can avoid taking tires, and you can be set and ready when it's and be essentially on the same playing field as everyone else. Edwin Law now within 0.3. This is going to be about when we start to see a move being made, and sure enough, going for the inside line. Bryce carrying a little bit of extra speed from going wide. They go side by side. They're coming up. Bryce is going to have the inside, or ownership of the inside of that turn. So it's going to come down to how he takes the line. Going to go a little bit wide with it, looks like. Still side by side, keeping the better line through the next turn. But Law is going to work their way through on the inside, and it's going to switch right back to Bryce. With some good, and putting Law right back 0.3 behind like he was before this section started. Had a very, very tactical race between these two right now. Like, both of them are driving very clean, very effective lines. There's not... The pace gap isn't that big. They're only running, you know, probably a couple tenths difference in lap time. And it can be very difficult to pass without a distinct and decisive advantage. So it becomes more of like a positioning game. I'm looking to do a little bit there. A little peek at the inside, but thought better of it. Again, the car is worth more than a single position. Like Gary Slater is going to pit. We'll see if Jordan Brunch takes over or not. Or if he'll rejoin in the commentary booth. We've got a little bit of lap traffic. That's going to be a monkey wrench in the battle between in the battle for P3. Looks like it didn't really upset either driver more than the other, as Law gets a little bit of oversteer coming out of that turn. And the back out just a touch. Just a touch. Little bit of heavy foot. Chamchulo getting into a little bit of trouble. Law once again through these S's, or through this hard S. We'll call that one hard S. I do not have the track names, the turn names committed to heart. But as they cut back and forth, once again, just looking for that advantageous spot to nab it. Meanwhile, Bryce is going to be making his lines nice and wide as possible, trying to limit the opportunities for Edwin Law. Let's see what we're looking at here. And again, there's still an hour to go in the race. So, some of these drivers might have another pit stop left. On the opposite side, Law might just kind of hang there for a bit, waiting for Bryce to make a mistake. Pressure does have an advantage all of its own. Gap's sitting very comfortably at about a half second. But that Lamborghini is driving very clean lines right now. It is going to be a challenge to overtake. And he's got clean air ahead of him, so it's not going to be any traffic for a while for him to take advantage of. And it's smooth driving. They're close, but it's like Law's not gonna push too hard. Gonna try and save a little bit. Taking a bit more of an inside line there. Looks like he was maybe hoping to get a little bit of a run up. Yeah, he's right back on him now. 3/10. That Lamborghini's just going to pull away. Lamborghini's strong in a straight line, I'll say that much. They're kind of the main duel going on right now. Everywhere else, there's about minimum 25 seconds between each car. Although now, for the folks who are doing 3 stops, this is going to be when it becomes apparent. I think that's going to be like kind of the final shuffle. Or for those who attempted to do a 2-stop and didn't have the fuel for it. Also, I'm fairly certain that ooh, is that a boot? Get a little bit of a closer action view. You can kind of see the 2 cars going. Edwin Law at about 1/10. Is that the move? Not quite, but he's going to go for the inside. Cut through. Just barely not able to make it through the next turn. He gets right up there. Getting a very close look at the rear bumper of the Lamborghini. Possibly close enough to see if the mufflers are slightly offset. Oh, got a little bit squirrely there. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. But these are such minor... Any sort of mistakes are very minor. So these are... Both of these drivers are very skilled is what I'm saying. It's going to be... It's a close battle. Right, this is basically chess at 130 mile an hour. See how they do. Go ahead and take a look at the telemetry of these two cars. So we don't really have an idea of any of the fuel state of them. So never mind on that. Either way, it's getting close. Like he's going right up on for another move. Again, Bryce is sitting very comfortably. It's like pressure's not really getting to him. He's just kind of there. Meanwhile, they're going to be the lead car is pitting. Singh is going to be switching out for Jintech and allowing a as they go into their final stint. I don't know if Ruby Acosta is the last runner of it or if they're going to have to stop as well. That might very well be the deciding factor of this race. I'm not sure what time exactly Ruby swapped out or what the fuel loadout of the M4 is capable of. But that's going to be, that could be the big thing. Will the two-stop pay off? That's the battle going on in the background that's not necessarily between the two cars fighting for position. Well, looks like Law got the inside there. Lamborghini carrying enough speed to be side by side with it. McLaren's going to have the inside line for the next turn as they reach the end of the straightaway, unless the Lamborghini can pull all the way ahead. Which they do. They're going to switch places. Lamborghini going for the inside. Law going on the... Oh, taking the inside line, but the Lamborghini went too wide, got on the bumpers. That's enough for Law to start to make a move past it, but the acceleration is enough to keep the Lamborghini through. They're going to maintain that P3 for now, after fighting them off just a bit. Oh, that's a collision. Law stopping to let him by and reversing. Okay. Little bit of gear trouble there as the two cars got into each other. Not the way you want to see that battle play out, but There's a 7-second gap and an hour left in the race. So there's time for Edwin Law to kind of catch back up and continue where they started from. And go for another round. It looked like it was a pretty low-speed collision. Probably not any significant damage. Meanwhile, Last has spun as well. Gonna stay out of the way of the oncoming traffic of COTA. Is that COTA or is that Psycho Kaiser? That was Psycho Kaiser. Jordan Brunch getting hit with a drive-through. Understeer GTR plus track limits equals that. Edwin Law already dropped that 7-second gap to about 6 seconds. At that pace, in about a lap, or two, we'll probably see this come through to the second round. Hopefully, neither driver's too heated about it. Because if they're heated, then we're more likely to see another incident. But probably not. They seem experienced enough where that's probably not a big concern. Jordan Brunch entering pits to serve the drive-through. Catching a little bit of the wall there. Yeah, it looks like that gap isn't narrowing too much between third and fourth. Still at about 6 seconds, but it's slower going. Meanwhile, Ruby Acosta is currently the leader. Again, pending pit strategy, with a solid 22-second gap and plenty of clean air. Meanwhile, the Intimidator Bentley kind of has their own nice little space carved out in the middle. Ooh, they're going to get into the... Just touch the marbles there. Bentley's a big stable boy, though, so not a big concern. Psycho Kaiser probably feeling fairly lonely now that COTA isn't right on their tail. Who has fallen back a little bit. I believe that was after a drive-through that kind of caused that. But they're also kind of... most drivers are out on their own right now. The only close gap is the 6 seconds between third and fourth. As Jordan Brunch comes out of the pits, continuing on, he's got that last hour stretch to handle. As Chamchulo sends it down the main stretch. Making the V12 do its job. As he comes up on Salil Drukrox to gain a lap. Like Salil's been having... like that team's been having a bit of a rough time. I'm still astounded and impressed by Bryce Ironmanning this. Like 4 hours isn't too crazy, but just the willingness to do it. There's a certain amount of flexing there. Oh boy. And we are just 2 minutes shy of hitting that 1 hour mark before we can, before the race ends. If this is also when folks are going to be going for, they might have gone for their last pit stop already, you know, going for that like hour and 10 mark. But you know, if they've got the fuel, this is also their last stretch. We'll see how it plays out. As we check it. Pretty minimal incidents. We've only had nine recorded so far. And of those, only 5 resulted in a spin. So it's been clean driving by these folks, which you love to see. Now that being said, that doesn't account for the off tracks. In this being COTA, there are a significant amount of off tracks. It is the... Oh, there it is. Wasn't letting me switch cameras for a little bit. That was kind of annoying. Kind of backwatch Psycho Kaiser do their thing with the Grip Runners Aston. At last, going for their final pit. They're going to probably, you know, fill the car up, be good to go for the rest of the race. As Jordan Brunch is going to use that to nab a lap back from them. As Matevs takes over again. Now the fuel stop, the 2-stop strategy of Gintech and of the 17 Porsche is going to be making sure that they can actually make that fuel stretch out to the entire race. They've been staying up pretty late each time. They might have enough to do a solid push, but it might also just be fuel savings mode when they're not directly in a fight. So if that's the case, that's going to be kind of how they handle it. And if they can do that, and Ruby Acosta has to pit and doesn't have any other assorted troubles of the various type that just kind of happen when you're racing. If they've been able to adjust their strategy to a 2-stop as well, then it's a pretty uphill fight for the 17. Now, if Acosta has to pit, 17's got it fairly comfortably. Now, Bryce has also appeared to have done the 2-stop strategy. And because of that, that's putting them in podium. And honestly, if the strategy works for him and Acosta has to pit, again, that's the little asterisk there. If that happens, they could be looking at a P2. Now, Edwin Law, I believe, I'm not actually certain what their pit strategy is, but they're still in the running for a podium as well, very much so. They're steadily reeling in Bryce Milare. And so they might be able to catch him and take that as well. This is actually one of the first races I've seen where a lot of the more intense stuff is happening up front. Usually it's like the midfield and rear where you start to see the fun occur. COTA going to pit. Same with now David Katz taking over for Salil Drew Crocs. As everyone's stopping to get their that last batch of fuel so they can sprint to the end. Same thing, Chemchulo coming in as well. Now, in order to hypothetically pull off a two-stop at this race, it being 4 hours, you would need to pit at... Your average pit would be at the 1 hour and 20 minute mark. If they're able to... So if you have... Basically, if it's less than 1 hour and 20 minutes, it should hopefully be your last stop. Looks like some of the cars might be able to do that, some might not. But we'll see. It's one of the nice things about endurance racing is strategy plays such a huge role in it that it can compensate for a faster car having shorter pace overall. If you have good strategy, you can make it work. And the folks at the front today are all very skilled and very experienced, so they're making the most of that. And now Edwin Law continuing his run back from the incident from earlier. He's only 4.5 seconds down. So he's gonna try and slowly and steadily reel them in. Yep. Like Adrian Dubrovka taking over for the V12 Aston. Yeah, it looks like you were... Hey, Jam. Looks like you were... Looks like the V12 was being very temperamental today. I'm sorry, that was my fault because I was talking about the 12. Yeah, it has been apparently been rather temperamental. Let's see. Meanwhile, fourth position almost got it down below a 4-second gap between third and fourth. It's currently the closest gap of the race. The next closest... Oh, as Bryce Millari is not going for the 2-stop. He's doing a 3-stop. That's going to put Edwin Law ahead. Our solo driver... Still, for a solo driver, that's pretty nuts. I think Edwin Law's going to try and stay out as much as possible. Now that he's got some clean air, so he's going to try and really go for it. As Jintech Yap is going to be trying to strike that balance of maintaining fuel levels and still having pace. Now, it appears that he's doing they're doing a very excellent job of it. Their previous lap was actually a couple tenths, it was a couple hundredths faster than Ruby Acosta's. So that team might have switched to a 2-stop strategy after their first pit. So they might be trying to save fuel as well now. Oh, someone just went wide there. I believe that was Katz. Yes, it was. Nothing too crazy. As the Intimidator Bentley switches drivers and does their final pit of the race, so they can absolutely send it through to the end. Looks like Albert's going to nab that position on there as well. Oh no, that's just going to give him a lap back from the looks of it, as the Intimidator Bentley returns. Because if you're going to race in Texas, you might as well have a Dale Earnhardt sticker on the side of your car. Like, let's be real. Ooh. Psycho Kaiser getting a little trouble. Looks like they locked up brakes and weren't able to make that turn in time. Again, nothing serious. They've got enough of a gap ahead and behind that it's not a huge disadvantage, but pace is pace. Edwin Love running third position, currently 38 seconds back. With the well, right now the closest gap of the race is actually between first and second at 23 seconds. Again, this is a survival event, and kind of shows. All right. Again, I think the deciding factor of first and second, once again, is going to be like how this pit strategy plays out. In the meantime, honestly, feel kind of bad for Raiden Esports. Those two drive-thrus, if it weren't for those, they'd currently be... Okay, those three drive-thrus. If it weren't for those, they'd currently be fighting in this... they'd be probably in the lead right now. Luckily, it happened like right before they could go into pits, so they'll be able to kind of run this one. Hopefully, they have enough fuel for another lap, and they'll be able to kind of cut that in, and then absolutely send it for as much pace as possible for the last hour. Or last 50 minutes. Yeah, that's their drive-through. Probably not enough to give Milari their position back 100%. Because, look, I know SGP rules are going to give him, like, a penalty for not having a teammate, but come on, he's soloing it. That's awesome. That's cool. Big cool guy points. You get, I know I don't have any effect on the actual standings of this race, but you get a cool guy sticker. Gold star. I like your cut. I like your cut, G. Let's take a look around. RJ Kame taking over in the Bentley. The Bent Limitator? Yeah, Bent Limitator. Intimidently. That's what we're, yeah, there we go. Took 3 hours of workshopping, but we got there. The Intimidently. Gonna be sending it through. Albert. Very skilled driver in the track sprints, taking over. His pace is on par with the leaders. Expect good things. So he might be able to make this time up on him. On the same lap as RJ Kame, but he does have about a minute to work ahead on. Meanwhile, Medfez currently got a nice comfy spot, about to be reaching traffic in a little bit. Ooh, getting a little hairy through the turn though. That ain't good. That is the Porsche reminding you that it is rear-engined. is a thing that makes it both excellent and ready to stab you and kill you in your sleep. Meanwhile, Jordan Brunch, probably very grateful that he's able to swear now, that he's back in the GTR. There's probably at least 4 expletives every time that thing understeers. That is based on his statements previously. So he comes up on Adrian Dubrovka. And to add a lap to the counter. Meanwhile, David Katz is going to be serving his drive-through. Psycho Kaisa coming in behind for their final bit of gas before the big push. Looks like that's going to give enough. That pit stop is probably going to be exactly what RJ needs to nab that P5 back from Psycho. Edwin Law back out on track after serving the drive-through. Looks like they didn't actually need the fuel all that much. They just needed to do the drive-through. And it just happened to fortunately occur right as they were in front of pit lane. Well, Dubrovka looking to might be able to get that lap back from Brunch if a GTR moment occurs. That remains to be seen. Whoa! Okay, that was netcode moment. Now, Ruby Acosta has been out for just under an hour. I don't think the M4 is able to do an hour and 45-minute stint, so they are probably going to have to pit. Means that Reska Kyoso is going to have to absolutely send it to make whatever time back that they lose. And in the meantime, Ruby Acosta is also going to have to absolutely send it to maintain it. At the same time, in P2, the what am I looking at? They might be good on fuel and be able to push full length. So we'll see how that plays out. They are only 26 minutes into it, and the Porsche can absolutely do an hour and 15 for a stint. Seems both Ruby Acosta and Edwin Law are the only ones who've been out for almost a full hour so far. It's hard to say. They're probably both going to have to pit fairly soon. Strangely enough, Albert has been the fastest through the speed trap. Like I said, he's a fast driver. Ooh, Jordan Brunch having a GTR moment. I don't think I commentators cursed that one. That was too delayed. I'm getting a little bit sideways. As he kind of reels that GTR around through the turn, up the long straight. RJ sitting very comfortably. He's got a minute and a half ahead and a minute and a half behind. All he's got to do is just settle in and run his race. Bryce has done his final stop, so it's just a matter of him running through as well. Edwin Law probably's got a pit stop coming up. Again, I don't think the McLaren can do an hour 40. So that's going to probably put him in 4th and Bryce podium. Psycho Kaiser already did their last stint, is on their last stint. And the only two who who have a pit stop remaining are going to be Edwin Law and Ruska Kyoso. So this will be fun to see how it plays out. Oh, these last 40 minutes are going to be a little bit of a sprint as well. As everyone's got their last bit of fuel, they're on their tires. They only have to make them last 40 minutes. This should be when we start to see people really sending it. I do. The more I see the paint scheme of this 911, the more I like it. I'm usually not the biggest fan of like fractal patterns, but the fact that you can't see it until you're really close, and you don't see a lot of like sky blue on green. It's soothing, comforting to look at. Very pleasant. I like it. I like it. Now, of course, I'll always have a soft spot for metallic purple on white. And it's just a good color combo. A little bit of extra splash of black on this, on Psycho Kaiser's. And the purple isn't as metallic. Yeah, pretty nice. Pretty nice in its own way. Personal bias, can't speak to it. When it comes to the intimidantly. I actually kind of like the relatively simple scheme that Bryce has on here. He's the white Lamborghini, it's got his logo on it. He's ready to go. Very subtle, very cool. And of course, you know, the murdered out McLaren is always a nice touch as well. Very, very opposite. Very, very yin and yang to Millar's Lamborghini. Like, I don't think they planned it, but I'm gonna act like they planned it. And honestly, the yellow Porsche as well. Just sometimes simple is just gooder. Just gooder. Kind of reminds me of a Yellowbird. Or the old RUF. The roof. Never actually been entirely certain because I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about the car in person. I think there's a few of those where it's just like, it's like you read it a few times, but like how often do you actually talk about a tuning company that works exclusively on Porsches that makes maybe a couple hundred per year, like of the cars, and only exists in a very particular thing? Yeah, it's pronounced how it's spelled. Roof. Roof. Rough. Can't do that, the dog will bark at me. Heck with it. Spicy Porsches. It reminds me of the spicy Porsche Yellowbird. As Ruby Acosta goes into pit, they're coming out now. That's going to give the lead to Gintech Yep with a... Ooh, there's going to be about a 40 to 45 second gap by the time that they get out. That is a lot to make up in 35 minutes. And Ruby Acosta is staying in the car as well. Interesting. So that was they did a splash and they did a stop and splash to try and maximize it. Yeah, 42 seconds to go through it. Edwin Law pitting as well. The two stops strong. Or that's probably going to give Bryce the time he needs to nab podium. But there's still 35 minutes of race left. Mistakes can be made. Time pace can be gained. Let's see what happens. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. Dubrovka getting into trouble a little bit before pit lane. In order for at this point, in order for Ruby Acosta to be able to like nab P1, she would have to have about a 2-second lead. Yeah, about a 2-second lead per lap on Gintech, and I don't think that's a tall ask. That's a tall ask, especially at this field. So I think, barring a math error or Zbinala, I think this is now Gintech's race to win. There's not a whole lot folks can do at this point. Well played. Very well played. Preemptively well played. I need to say that. Because like I said, racing is a chaotic environment. And even though this has been a remarkably clean 4 hours, or 3.5 hours so far, there's still there's still an eighth of the race left. Right now, our closest point of contention is actually going to be between, well, not quite as close, but it's actually between Psycho Kaisa and Arcane. There's currently about a 10-second gap between the two cars. Psycho has seem to have been starting to do a little bit of reeling in of the Bentley, kind of getting into the groove of things. We might still have a fight by the end of this race. We might still have a good fight going. Hitting cars that aren't the Bentley makes you realize how slow the car is. I mean, it's running P5. It ain't that slow. I think it just kind of looks slow. It's a big boy. Also, the Bentley is a special kind of fun to drive. Unless he gets a drive-through. Psycho's about 10 seconds or 9 seconds behind now, so they're reeling him in. Might be able to make it happen. But it's going well. Yeah, Bentley's an absolute joy to drive, though. It kind of reminds me of like a Malaise era muscle car, like in the U.S. Like when you have like the yeah, where it's very loud. It moves a lot, and it very much is a boat, and you can tell it's a boat. But it's a speed boat. It's a quick boy. Just unfortunately, other stuff has gotten a bit quick compared to it as well. Now, Psycho Kaiser. Hey, actually, it's a 7-second gap now. That's Ruby Acosta's actually putting some decent work in. As far as pace-wise, it's down to 38 seconds from 45 when she first got out of pits. At this point, if she can drop it, now it's only 30 minutes left. She'd have to get a full second back within every minute. It technically possible, but she also just ran the fastest lap of the race with a 2:06 flat compared to the 2:08.4 that... Oh. Ruby's in full send mode. Ruby is in full send mode. Okay. Okay, hold on. It is against the clock. It is a long shot against the clock, but this is theoretically doable. If Ruby Acosta maintains this pace, oh boy. Oh boy. Psycho Kaiser's also on a bit of a warpath. They are now only 5.5 seconds behind RJ Kane. Now, even if they manage to catch up, that Bentley, the Bentley is hard to get around. Ooh, this is... The pieces are in place for some good stuff, some good racing to happen. The pieces are in place. Now the Bentley does seem to have be able to do a little bit of hold off in that first section. It's down to 4.3 second gap. Steadily narrowing, 3.8 now. Psycho's on a warpath. Ruby's on a warpath. This is... like, it's just numbers right now. It is just numbers right now, but it's... Let me put it this way. If anything, if Ruby Acosta catches up, it's going to be pretty late enough in the race that we might have a very intense finish. Like, this is, like, we're talking, and that is massively impressive, because that is running the type of pace that you're countering, during Brunch having a GTR moment. He has expressed his hatred of the vehicle here in the booth. Yes. I really want to see, like, this could be a borderline photo finish. And that's the level of pace that's catching up with them having one less pit stop. Like, I'm torn on this one because on one hand, the two-stop strategy that the 17 Porsche team ran, that Fetch Motorsports is running, was devious. Like, it was beautifully devious. The delta right now, it's a 35-second gap with 26 minutes remaining. Ruby Acosta is running 2 seconds a lap faster than Gintech right now. She has just set both the fastest and I'm pretty sure the second fastest laps of this race. Might even have been the third fastest. She is hauling right now. She is a full second faster than anyone else on the pack. It's cutting it whether it's going to be enough. She's got 26 minutes to make up 34 seconds of time. This is going to be good. In the meantime, Psycho Kaisa's also been absolutely sending it comparatively. They have made up 10 seconds of time on the Intimidator Bentley of RJ Kame. Only 2 laps ago, Psycho was about 10 seconds behind, and it is now a 1 second gap. Track limits are very much playing a part. Not so much for the 17 Porsche and Ruby Acosta, but there have been a lot of drive-thrus by the rest of the field. And let me put it this way, I've got like the broadcasting software up that like kind of tells me like the gaps between cars real time. Any given lap, it's about half the field has a red. So they violated track limits. Yeah, I'd believe it if honestly, I'm not surprised if anyone gets a drive-through at this point. That could be a factor too. If Kvetch Racing gets a drive-through, it's Ruby's race. Meanwhile, Psycho Kaisa reeling in RJ Kame. Kame might get caught up in traffic. That's might give Psycho a chance, depending on what Dubrovka does. How it plays out. Now the question is a move going to be able to be made? Ooh, Dubrovka pulling off to the side to let them through, but also inadvertently blocking Psycho. Go to the helicam, get a bird's eye view of the... Oh, that's not how you do an overtake. But they're going to do the gentlemanly thing, let RJ back through. Ruby Acosta's still running those 206s, but the gap's still only down to about 30 seconds. Gap is still 30 seconds with 23 minutes remaining. I mean, then again, with 36 minutes remaining, it was like a 45-second gap, so... And that is... I'd like to point out, almost all race, they've been... The lead 3 cars have been sitting in the low 207 area. And as the stints go on, it goes into the 208s. Ruby Acosta has ran the last 3 laps in the low 206s. That is, she is going for it. She is absolutely going for it. Ooh, getting across. RJ Kame, but Psycho Kaisa goes wide. RJ Kame's able to get it back. What? A little bit of networking stuff happening now. Okay. Psycho going around the outside, trying to get that lead up with the speed. just able to make it work from the outside, taking 5th position. RJ came still very comfortably in 6th, but... Wait, what did I do? Hang on, what just happened there? Comfortably going into the inside line. They cross over. Looks like they just kind of lost it with the Bentley. Got slightly sideways. Again, more than a minute left. At this point, it is still fairly good to go. And honestly, if Psycho Kaiser was able to make that time up so quickly, there's not really much of a reason RJ Kame can't. The delta with Ruby Acosta now down to 28 seconds as she runs another low 206. With their last lap being with Gintech's last lap being a 209, that's a 3-second gain. 20 minutes left. There's probably about 10 laps left. 10 to 11 laps left with the amount of time left and the lead finishing. If Ruby Acosta can maintain this pace, it can happen. Beating a full pit stop in time. That is... I'm here for it. I want to see this go down. I do not want to have any bias between drivers. And honestly, if either of these two are the winner in the end, that is pretty cool. Either being through a delightfully clever pit strategy, or through just absolutely sending it so hard to overcome a delightfully devious pit strategy. It's down to 26 seconds now for the gap, with 20 minutes left. That's 2.6 seconds that needs to be gained. Ruby's been running that pace compared to J Yap. If they don't notice it, and they keep running these, or the other thing to keep in mind, that Porsche's been out on an extended stint. Tires are going to get hot. Driver's going to could potentially get tired. Meanwhile, Yap's caught up with a little bit of traffic of Huan Kong Chan of the Raiden Esports team. Ooh. That's going to cause a little bit of slowdown. Also, narrowing the gap down to 23 seconds. I want to see this. I want this to happen. This could be friggin' awesome. I avoided the YouTube unfriendly word. I did good. At least that time. 22 seconds. Now she did slow up a little bit. This last lap was a 206.8, so high 206s. However, Gintex was a 211. So that's a 3-second gain. Oh, this is... I'm going to be honest, you're about to hear me just kind of like get really tense about this for the next 15 minutes until something happens that kind of settles it. Like, this is classic endurance racing tension that is occurring right now. The math is there. The math is there. It is very possible. Ruby Acosta is still on an absolute warpath with pace. Now she is going to reach a little bit of traffic coming through this next section of Albert George. But at the same time, Albert George is also a very experienced driver and isn't going to be probably going to be too much of a slowdown. Oh, I really want this to happen. I should point out, I do not have a bias as to who will win, but I want like a half-second gap at the finish. I want this to be like a I want this to be a battle at the end. Also, speaking of RJ Kane potentially catching up, after that spin, putting him about 10 seconds behind, he's only a second and a half behind Psycho Kaiser. He has been reeling her in, him or her? I actually don't know. He's been reeling them in especially quickly in retaliation. The Intimibentler is back, is what I'm saying. It is now a 0.7 half-second gap. He is going for it. Gap has been narrowed. Now, Ruby Acosta did have a little bit of slowdown. That last lap was a 2:08.8. That actually gave Vetch Racing a little bit of time back, as they're starting to pick up a little bit of pace as well. RJ came 3/10 behind. Was that a little flash, or was he just on the brakes there? Working his way on the inside. Ooh. That looked sketchy. But RJ is back around Psycho Kaiser. He has returned to the favor of coming from downtown out of nowhere. And with 15 minutes left, gonna see what he can do, if he can see what he can do to really hold it. That Psycho Kaiser she's tucked in behind. That Bentley is punching a lot of air. He's going to go for the long dive on the inside. Not quite able to. Bentley carrying too much speed from the outside line because that tricky turn. Let's see if Psycho can do anything here. Psycho getting alongside. They're going to go too wide through that turn. Psycho's going to yield that inside line, or that favorable line, back to RJ. It looks like a little bit of a change in line for Psycho. Looks like they wanted to take one method, but then decided with another. Or they're doing some fun stuff with weight shifting. Ruby Acosta still slowly starting to gain. It's a 22-second gap between... Ooh, Psycho going into the side. Going into the marbles. It is still a 22-second gap. Acosta still has faster pace. However, 20 seconds in 13 minutes is beginning to get to be more and more of a long stretch. Still very doable. And I'm still hoping for a very close finish. And honestly, by the end of this race, it is not going to be a large gap between these two cars. Well, Psycho hovering about 3/10 back. I think right now they are hoping for RJ to make some sort of mistake that they can capitalize on. Looks like they're being a bit less aggressive with their line than they were previously. I say as they go for the inside dive. Only to spin. Hang on, let me... see if we can get a view of what happened there. Yeah, that was no contact. That was just overambitious. That's going to give a what? That's going to give a bit of time back to for RJ Kame. A little bit of breathing room. And with a decent stretch of clean air in front, that is stuff to work with. Now Bentley's gonna have a disadvantage in the turns because of its size, but RJ's making it work in this battle for P5. Ruby Acosta's pace starting to peter out a little bit. She's currently, last few laps have been 207.4s, or like in the mid 207s. Again, still a full second faster per lap than Vetch Racing, but that delta is starting to shrink more and more. I'm at the pace it's going right now, it'll probably be about a 10-second gap. And again, there is a lot of clean air in front of Ruby. And Vetch is starting to come up on traffic. So, a lot of variables at play here. This race is about to turn into that example of it ain't over till it's over. Meanwhile, Psycho Kai's is sitting less than a tenth of a second on RJ's bumper. Gonna go once again for that inside line through. Not quite able to make it stick. Goes through the bumpers. Side by side. Oh, never mind. Intimidator Bentley pulling a little bit ahead through there. Oh, but Psycho carries the speed through, and that's going to put them ahead once more. See if anything's able to come of it. RJ's going to be yielding to lapping traffic. Maybe not so much yielding. As they go door to door with Royce Malere, who's, again, solo driver. So he's probably a little bit tired at this point. Ooh. Midfez getting a little bit hairy with the Porsche. Ruby Acosta now less than 20 seconds behind. Although the amount that she needs to make that gap close is getting wider and wider. Currently running about a second a lap faster with 5 laps remaining. That's might not be enough. Now, if Ruby can get back into that 206 pace, that will probably get her there. But that's a tall order. You know, RJ came after getting caught up with the blue flags. Kind of cost him a bit of that. Cost him a bit of distance between himself and Psycho Kaiza. I think at this point, Gintech is starting to actually kind of notice a little bit of pressure there. Is going to have to... Honestly, their best bet right now is just to stay consistent, stay safe, and maintain as comfortable of a pace as possible. Ruby Acosta is running fast. It's putting in good time, although the amount that she's been gaining has been starting to trickle a little bit. In fact, that gap has somewhat stabilized around 18 seconds. And that Porsche is, you know, it might be on very tired tires, but it's still screaming. As David Katza gets a little bit of an off track. We go into the last 5 minutes of the race. Right now we still have... There's still potential for a very close finish. Probably only a handful of laps left. Probably 3 laps left to go. As folks start to push. Jordan Brunch getting into trouble with the Nissan GTR. That car has been fighting him all day. But he seems pretty determined to push that thing all the way across the finish line. Even if he has to physically get out and push the bloody thing. The gap is down to 17 seconds. Regardless of what happens, this is an incredible effort by Ruby to come out of the pits 45 seconds down and within 30 minutes to drop that gap down 17 seconds at its current state. What a send. What an absolute send. Meanwhile, on Gintech's end, that Porsche is going to be running tired. They are... Goodness, how long has their stint been? They're currently well over an hour into their stint. Their tires have been pushed. They've been doing some fuel saving up until they don't have to anymore, but they are... They have to keep that thing together for just a little while longer. Just a matter of keeping it alive for them. Meanwhile, Acosta... Meanwhile, Acosta gaining 2 seconds a lap. Down to 16 seconds. Gintech just has to stick to the endurance mindset of survive, keep the car alive, keep it going, keep consistent. That's what they have to do right now in order to keep this car. Right now, as long as they can keep it together for the 2 minutes, 40 seconds, plus however much of a lap is left, that's going to be the deciding factor. And, like, there is no worse feeling than if something does happen and they end up losing that position at literally the tail end of it. Costa might be is still sending it. She is moving. She is the fastest car on the grid by a long shot. But I don't think the time is there to make that 16 seconds up without an incident occurring.
Okay, the leader is on the final lap now. Give it all you can.
Okay, I stand corrected. It is now the final lap. Gintech just has to keep it together one more lap. Keep that rear engine Porsche, which can be very temperamental on exhausted tires. Ruby Acosta going into the pits. That's interesting. She might have done a very low fuel load and just fallen short of it. Now she is still a full lap ahead of the next car. But I think that more or less secures it for Gintech, provided the bad things do not happen. With Ruby Acosta having a pretty comfortable second position, with an absolutely glorious run on that. Like, even if it wasn't enough, she almost made up an entire pit stop. That's incredible. Like, meanwhile, Bryce, another. I just need to mark out about the top three right now. Fetch Motorsports run an absolutely brilliant two-stop race, to the point that it took us a while to realize that that's what they were going for, and that they were able to do it. Great strategy, solid driving all around. They knew when to push, when not to push. And they were able to, now as they come across the checkered flag, they're able to make it happen through a mix of solid driving and good strategy. Right behind that, P2, Ruby Acosta. Yeah, they went with the three-stop strategy from just because they were used to stint timers. But at that last moment, Ruby Acosta goes on an absolute send for multiple laps. I'm pretty sure she set the first, second, third, and fourth fastest laps of this race, all in that 20-minute time period. Incredible driving. Like, lovely. Bryce Millare seems like a rather unexceptional race. He's soloing it. This dude just did it on his own. No teammate, I'll just do it myself. He proceeds to get a podium by doing so. Excellent. Like applause, hand clap. Like, that is some good stuff. This is a cool race. I am very glad I got to spectate this and commentate for it. Even if there was probably a solid, 60% silence on my end during the midpoint. Meanwhile, Kong, they ran an excellent race. Still taking fourth. They had a couple drive-thrus because COTA's a monster and a nightmare. But they were running on the same pace as Ruby was for a lot of this. Psycho Kaiser making it happen, getting that last-minute pass on RJ. RJ running the best livery in this series. And I'm not saying that because of personal bias. Taking a Bentley around COTA. Like, this is just a good race. This is an excellent race. So with that, looks like the session has kind of ended. A lovely 4-hour race. Very good. Great to watch. Great to talk for. Just cool racing all around. I'm actually mad hype right now. Not even like filling in for it or pretending. I'm actually excited about this. With that, I do have to sign off. Next week is the return of the tracc.GT series, where it is going to be, the shorter 1-hour stint sprint race. Week after that, we're going to be doing VTuber GT, where we have all of the delightful sim racing VTubers and VTubers who sim race and sim racers who VTube. They're going to be running in their competition, which has been growing significantly. Like, we saw a lot of new faces last season. I'm hoping to see, waiting to see more. It'll be fun to kind of keep track of. And both of those are at Silverstone, I believe, for those races. And yeah, thank you very much for tuning in for 4 hours of COTA. And in accordance with the track streaming guidebook, I will leave you with the lines, "See you on the racetrack," with 2 C's, because the racetrack is extra thick. I added that last part. I'm excited. Have a lovely